Testing, testing. I think everything looks good. Let's go ahead and let the Discord raccoons know. Let's see. Stream starting now. There we go. Oh my goodness, Noxley, hello, hello. It's been a hot minute since you and I got to chat. Yeah, you are live. It's good to see you. How have you been doing? What's been keeping you busy? Tell me what's up in Noxley land. I was just letting everyone else in Discord know that we're live now. Let me see. Hi, King Cow. Yeah, you thought you were first, but Noxley's here now. Noxley took back the crown. No one else is ever first when Noxley's here. Hi, what? Hi, Mash. It's good to see you. Mash, how's your is the tournament already over, or is that still coming up for you? Are you still preparing for your tournament? How's that all going? yeah. See, when Noxley's here, Noxley will always be first. One day you'll get the gold. Oh, that's on Sunday morning? Wait. Oh, so that's like really soon. It's this weekend. It's this weekend. Oh my goodness. Mash, what are you doing? You need to be practicing. Hi, Gamer Guy. Gamer Guy, I think you're actually in my queue, aren't you? Oh, you can hear the poodle in the background, sorry. Yeah, you have, the door, all chapters. Is that one yours? I think you're actually top of the queue. We can do yours today if you're gonna be on for a little bit. You just finished at the gym and I have to meet with my team when I get home. Oh, official team meeting. Okay. Working a lot of issues with my health, so I won't go into detail, but I'm trying to get back to normal. I feel ya, Noxley. I feel ya. I always had to let the raccoons know. Sometimes my health issues are so bad I can't stream for a little bit, right? So I hope, just like me, I hope you're gonna be feeling better soon, that everything's gonna work out. Yeah, that's mine. You have time, so sure. Nice. We can go ahead and start with you then. So let's go ahead. I'm gonna start loading it up. You guys will see my screen change. Sorry, it's not the weave screen. Everyone say goodbye to the weave screen. There we go. Hello, Galactic Honey. Hello. Now you're certainly trying. I feel ya. It's cringy at times, though. That's all good. What do you think any writer ever didn't write cringy stuff at some point? I'll be fully honest. I wrote cringy shit before. I'll be even more honest. I'll probably continue to write cringy shit in the future. That's just what happened. You gotta write the cringy shit before you can write the good shit. Yeah, see, I still write cringy stuff from Noxley. I think, definitely as I've gotten older, I embrace the cringe more. I think it's Oh, hey, Chatty Maddie. We're getting right from Chatty Maddie. Hello. How are you guys doing? I was being a little sneaky. I was being a little sneaky earlier. I was actually in Chatty Maddie's stream earlier. I was sneaking. I was in their chat. I didn't say anything. I was just lurking. Hi, Chatty Maddie. It's okay, I still look back at the cringy story I wrote in 8th grade on Wattpad from time to time. Oh my god! Wattpad, yeah! I was a fanfiction.net kid, and then I discovered AO3, and then I never turned back. Was anyone else like that? I discovered the Archive of Our Own, and I never went to any other site after that. I was like, AO3 forever, this is fantastic. There's even people joking about like, oh, bookstores, like actual bookstores should be arranged like AO3 is, like the filter system and everything. And I'm like, genuinely, that would be fantastic. You were on AO3 and then you went to Wattpad? What? Mash, normally it's the other way around. I don't think I've ever heard somebody do it that way before. That's crazy. You start on Wattpad and then graduate to AO3. Yeah, that's normally the pipeline. That's the pipeline. Well, hello, Lurka. Yeah. So you went off acting a sneak peek at chapter 4. Yeah, I just was there for a little bit while you were working on the snake sentence for the princess. I'm posting the rough draft of Poison-Tipped Blade on Wattpad. Oh, so you're still using it? You're still using it? That's still active? Wattpad's still active, but my Role Players Guild website isn't? This is bullshit. I know. I want my Role Player Guild back. It's because we had a family computer, so AFE was a non-sus site compared to Wattpad. Then I got my iPad and went that way. You know, the joke is that in public, if you guys are ever on like buses and stuff, oh, you got left behind again? Why does Chatty Matty always leave you behind? You gotta go beat up Chatty Matty about that, Aaron. But the joke is that if you're ever on like public transport where you're like around other people who are just kind of ignoring each other and they're being on their phones, one AO3 user can tell. We know the screen. We know what the screen looks like. We know the format of AO3, so it always looks sus. You can find the other imposter. You can find the other AO3 user on a bus by looking at their screen. But you can't say shit because then that just reveals you also know what AO3 is. So it's kind of a... Oh, that's right, you do need a lock for your fridge. But the ads make mobile app unusable. Yeah, AO3 doesn't have ads, right? It's not my fault. Yes, every time I'm sitting on class, there's one girl that reads on AO3. See, you can tell. We know. Once you've been on AO3, you can always tell. We always know what it looks like. We can spot each other. We can sniff each other out. You bought a lock? When will it get there? How fast can it get to you? Because people are stealing your fucking food. This is your first story or novel. Oh, okay. Do you want to let anyone in chat know any details about it before we get started? You ain't hiding. Sniper scope. Target acquired once we see someone on AO3. I sent the videos I have in the Discord and I heard him say I'm gonna cry about something. Oh no. It's kind of a horror. Okay. And short. Let's see, how long is this? Oh, it's only 5 pages. We might be able to read the full thing today. Let's see. We'll see how my voice is doing. I'll come back. I'm gonna get driving. Hold on. Yeah, please drive safe, Mash. All my other raccoons, wave goodbye and tell Mash to drive safe. Mash is gonna be busy. Mash is gonna be an official tournament on Sunday for one of their shooting games. God, I'm gonna get the name wrong. God damn my ADHD. Aniki, what yet? But Aaron, not oh my god, you Aaron. Oh wait. Okay, yeah. PP 713. Hi, Decaffeinate. It's good to see you. Welcome on in. It wasn't Southern War 3. It was King Soul King. So I don't know. King War. Hi, mate. I'm meant to comment. Hello. I should be submitting the Sunflowers Burn soon. I will once I've gone past the second chapter, so you'll have the prologue, chapter 1, and chapter 2 to read. That sounds awesome, Galactic Honey. Just be aware, you might have to submit a few times. I can't always read like multiple chapters in one sitting. Sometimes that's too much for me to go, right? Because reading it blind, my voice will sometimes give up on me, right? Hi Zone, it's good to see you. War Thunder! Thank you, Bash. Oh my goodness. So I was like, War Thunder, there we go. That's the cool thing, Mash is gonna be doing on Sunday. They're gonna be part of a competition. It's official. What was I saying? Fuck. But yeah, so, thank you. If I was a better friend, you would think I would just remember. You'd think I just remember the games my friends play. But my brain just decides, like, no words? You don't need to remember them. You never need to remember them, Cryptid. Those words are just gonna fall out of your blue head. Rude, also, still dying. Yeah, I'm excited to read your chapter. That'll be awesome. Oh, that's what I was talking to you. Yeah, so it'll just be split up. So I normally will read like a few pages to a chapter, and then you just resubmit and I continue. That's all. You tend to leave your chapters on cliffhangers, so people want to read more. It pisses your friends off. Because they really want chapter 6 of Poison Tip Blade. but you have other books to work on. Oh, there you go. You already have a little fandom. You already have a community there with your friends. That's awesome. Chapter 3 is unfinished, but you can read if you want. Very cool. Went to the eye doctor today for the first time in 6 years. My eyes barely changed, but got a little worse. That's honestly not too bad. 6 years, yeah. Over time, like your eyes naturally get a little worse. It's not horror bad. That's just part of life, right? Me, my eyes, my eyeballs don't work. My eyeballs really don't work. At least one eye. One of my eyes barely works. One eye probably won't work at all when I'm older. It's a bad eyeball. You guys know when you go to the eye doctor, and there's the big grid. There's the big grid, and it's all the different letters, and there's one big letter that's normally an E, and then it shows like 2 letters that are a little smaller, and then like 4 letters, and it keeps going down and down, and they test to see how far down you can go. With my right eye is my worst one. I can't see the big E, the really really big one. I can't see it. I like looked at the eye doctor, and I'm like, I know it's an E because I saw it when I came in the room when I was like looking at it with my glasses on and like both eyeballs. But if I hadn't known already in my head that was an E, I wouldn't be able to tell you that was an E. And the doctor didn't believe me at first. They were like, what? No, like, wait, what do you mean you can't see that? And I'm like, I can't see it. If you just want me to look at it with this eyeball and tell you what I see, I can't see it. They're like, what does it look like? I'm like, it looks like a really big black fuzzy spot or a gray fuzzy spot on the paper, on the wall. And they were like, no. What kind of bury? I did that last year, and the new glasses were an adjustment. Oh, your boyfriend's getting into the spicy books. You converted him. Oh no. Mine do not work either, and my left is much worse than my right. Oh, thank you for the posture check. I also have astigmatism, so that's fun. Okay, so everyone got a posture check. Everyone turn your head side to side. We're gonna check our necks. Everyone unshrimp your backs if you've been shrimping over a keyboard. You don't want to turn into crazy. We don't want to be a roly-poly. Gotta keep our back straight. What kind of bury? Oh, was I saying bury instead of blurry? Alright, this is our hydrate, and then our poor gamer guy here's been waiting long enough for me to start, so after this hydrate or dihydrate, then I'll go ahead and start reading. That was everyone's sippy. But being a shrimp will be such a peaceful life, though. Is it peaceful if you get eaten, if you get served on a platter? Is that normal? Also, did you guys notice the new lo-fi beats? Someone asked for spooky lo-fi beats for Friday the 13th, so this is the spooky ASMR. Spooky lo-fi for Friday the 13th. So we have Chapter 1, It Begins. I was walking across the street, but then I saw an old, rusty, and moldy-looking door. Is it spelled with a U in other? Because the thing with US spelling, in other words, sometimes we get rid of U. So in my head, I'm like, oh, shouldn't it be moldy without a U? But then I'm like, wait, maybe that's just my US spelling of it. Oh, that's good since my story is scary. It's the perfect one to read first then. You're in Australia, so it's different. See, that's what I thought. Oh my god, we already have another hydrate or dihydrate. Oh my goodness. Here's your sippy. Thank you for the hydrate or dihydrate. Sorry, my model's freaking out. This sounds like the Halloween logo from Spirit City. Spirit City? Do you mean Spirit Halloween? Is it called different where you guys are? This is the Lo-Fi Girl thingamajig, like the official Lo-Fi Girl channel, and it's live right now. It's the spooky beats. This is what's happening over there. It'll be peaceful with me for the shrimp. Shrimp makes me sick, so I want to try and eat him. Oh, I had the creepy. My model has the creepy moth stare when I take a sippy. Yeah. Hi, Crimson. It's good to see you. Australia. So yeah, so that makes sense. I saw an old, rusty, and moldy-looking door. My curiosity got the best of me, and I went inside. Little did I know that would be the worst mistake of my life. Now, you're probably wondering, who on earth am I? Well, my name is it Rosé? Like the drink? Like the alcohol? Isn't that the alcohols? I know a little bit about human drinking. Yeah, isn't that the alcohols? Yes, okay. I haven't written for my blue story in a while. Think tonight I might finally have some free time to do that again. Lambda, that would be awesome. Spirit City is a game on Steam, made for studying or focusing. Has lo-fi beats and you can decorate your room. What? Are you guys serious? Is this little Spirit City? Is it spooky? Is it spooky like this one? That's crazy. I had no idea. Somebody put that in the Discord in the game recommendations. I want to see if it looks good. Plus you get cute little creatures that work with you? Are they like little cryptid creatures? Are they cute? Are they spooky? What kind of creatures do you get? Oh no, this is gonna distract me. Oh, somebody put this link in the game section of Discord. I need to check this out later. Well, my name is Rosé, and this is the story of how I made the biggest mistake of my life and survived. When I opened the door, there was dust everywhere. I couldn't see it all. As the dust went away, I saw a massive staircase. The jackalopes in Asclepius's clinic? Yes, that's the right choice. That's the right choice. There's actually several cryptids that are based off bunnies. You can actually have a whole selection, they'd all be different. I don't know why it wanted to... Yeah, Kid Cal, the Autobot got you for that for some reason. That was crazy. Saw a massive staircase. I heard every crack and creak as I was... Come on, model. As I was going down. They got louder and louder till eventually, snap, it broke. I started tumbling down until I finally stopped at the bottom. As I got up and dusted myself off, I looked around the dark and claustrophobic room. Then to my surprise, there was another door. When I opened it, there was a giant cave, but there were human bones on the floor. It was horrifying, but I couldn't go back now. The stairs were broken, and there was no other way out. So let's see here. What's up? I'm behind the chat. At the end of the memory gate, the main character and the love interest adopt a cat deer-like creature and name it a spirit. Is this in the game? Is that in the spirit game? This whole entire thing? This whole entire storyline? What? Oh no, this is dangerous. This is dangerous info. Oh, for one of your books. I was getting really excited. I'm like, that sounds adorable. Oh my. So just a quick note right here. I believe if my eyes didn't go past something, which we just talked about how bad my eyes are, so it could happen. I think this is one really long run-on sentence. I think it could be split up a little bit. Like this could be split up into like maybe even 3 or 4 sentences. So that's just something to keep an eye out for. So I moved ahead. Every cautious step I took echoed around the dark cave. But then I bumped into something and fell to the ground. When I looked up at what I had bumped into, I saw a humanoid creature with skin that was pale white, with a terrifying face that had a mouth that looked like it could swallow an entire house whole. I was frozen in fear, the type of fear that makes you wonder if you're having a nightmare or not. But I fought through and started sprinting in the opposite direction. Yeah, you're still working on it, so there's going to be some errors. That's fine, that's fine. It's just sometimes it's good for me to point stuff like this out in case you weren't aware of it. But if you are aware of having some run-on sentence, then I won't point it out as much. They named asparagus due to them finding and eating asparagus in their kitchen. The stinky veggie. Oh no, King Cal, you don't like asparagus. What was that? The thing quickly started crawling towards me in a zombie-like manner, with its eyes locked towards me like a wolf stalking its prey. The distance between me and the creature started to shorten as my stamina started to deteriorate. I knew that if I kept running like this, I would become this thing's next meal until I saw a tunnel. No, but who does? That's true. I'll be real honest, I don't think I like asparagus. I'm still getting used to human food, but I don't think I like asparagus. I don't think I do. Maybe it's just a cryptid thing, though. Maybe cryptids just don't like asparagus. I climbed in without a second thought. I took a deep breath, thinking that I was safe. But the thought didn't last long as it reached into the tunnel with its long, lanky arms. Then the other. Oh, with like one lanky arm, then the other? Okay. Till eventually the whole thing was inside. The chase wasn't over. Gesundheit, Papa Cryptid! Is Relic here yet? Is Author Relic here yet? I don't believe I noticed them. Oh, you're in ads? Okay. What things space elves like myself are allergic to? Oh, jeez. I don't know if we can even mention it then. Maybe elves are super allergic. Cheesecake. Cheesecake does sound good. Hold on, I think Callie. I haven't seen Relic yet. Oh, I put Call instead of Callie. Oh well. But yeah, Norma, I don't think I have very long ads. I think I just have it on like 30 seconds or something. So hopefully, Callie gets out of ads soon. Oh, hey, Arthur Relic. You're leaving Scotty. Hi, Cryptid. I've missed you. I've missed you too, Relic. You know, sometimes I actually talk about you in stream. I'm like, oh yeah, this is something that reminds me of Arthur Relic. So it's good to see you guys again. Hello. You left Scotty for the Blueba? That's right. You should always choose the Blueba. So we're in a tunnel. Let's see, where was I? I made haste crawling through the narrow tunnel with my life on the line. As I saw an exit, my brain flooded with relief as I thought I could leave. But that joy didn't last long. The exit started to fade away until it was gone. And that's when I realized that it was an illusion made by the creature to trick me and that I was cornered. As the creature came closer, tears started to flow uncontrollably as I started to think, will I die? Can I do anything? Then it grabbed me, it started opening its mouth and pulled me closer to it, trying to eat me. I don't say boo because I respect women. Oh no. I'm 6 chapters away from the final edits being done. Author Relic, that's incredible. You should feel so proud. I'm so excited for you. Are you already working on the next book? Because you're working on it as a series, right? With the detective, it's going to be a series. If anyone ever wants to ask Author Relic about like publishing book series, self-publishing book series, they're definitely one of the people to ask. So I haven't read too far yet. I'm just gonna make like little notes as I go. I normally for new people here, which is what you are, Big Gamer Guy, I stick to 1 to 2 developmental edits for everyone here. 27,500 words. That's a lot of words. You and Author Relic, you guys are working hard on your words. That kind of goes into this stuff. As a slight thing, the pacing feels really fast here. Everything's just kind of quickly being mentioned. I'm wondering, like, we have a lot of scenes here. A lot of stuff has already happened. And we're not even done with the first page yet, right? It's gone really fast. I think if you take any of these scenes and you kind of slow it down a bit and describe more of it, that would slow down the pacing a bit, and that would make each of these sections take up a bit more physical space, and the pacing, I think, would be a little bit better. Hey, that I can't write longer books? Oh my goodness. Are you guys joking with each other? Okay, I'll try. Yeah, and that's just one of the things to work on, you know? Some people even work on their current piece, they try to fix it. Other people just take my advice in mind for like the next project they work on. But so far, it seems like you have a lot of cool stuff planned, and this is a really spooky scene. I think if the pacing was slower, that would like bump up how spooky it is. You know what I mean? But let's go ahead and keep reading. But suddenly it came to a halt. I watched as the spots in his eyes went white. It fell to the ground as smoke started to replace what was once its body. Through the smoke, I saw the shadow of a man. Then a voice called out, "You okay?" He asked. "What was that? It was going to eat me," I yelled at him. Hey, calm down, take a breath. It's over now." He started to walk closer. Until I saw his face, he looked genuinely worried about me. Who are you? How did you do that?" "I'm Zach, and that thing, that's what we call an entity. It's what we hunters deal with every day." "Hunters?" This little quotation mark doesn't need to be here. I said in an anxious voice. Before he could speak, the ground suddenly started to shake violently. But after a couple seconds, it stopped. Then 3 bright lights swiftly faded into my sight. Should it be faded? I'm not quite sure. They started spinning and got faster and faster, then boom, an explosion of light. Let's see. Also, I got my first 5-star review on Amazon. Oh my goodness, Averelic, you should be so proud. That's a huge accomplishment. You got a 5-star rating for your book. That's incredible. What was that noise? Why are you guys knocking stuff over? Crazy heads of lettuces. I prayed for these things to be Oni cryptids. Well, that's why it took so long for you, because I'm not an Oni, I'm just a cryptid. A wild cryptid spotted. Hi, Bobicus, it's good to see you. It's Friday the 13th, so I have some new spooky music in the background. But otherwise, we're actually reading a spooky story today. This is Gamer Guy's first submission, and it's a spooky story, so it happens to work perfectly for today. I'm excited. Let's keep reading. There was an explosion of light. Oh yeah, so if this is now chapter 2, then chapter 1 was just slightly over a page. So yeah, just doing that earlier fix I suggested of trying to space things out a bit more and describe them a bit more for that flow, for that how fast it was reading. That will also help with this. So yeah, that's still the same critique though. I was just pointing out another reason. As the light cleared, I saw a car that seemed to be made out of stone. Oh, looks like this is our ride. You coming? He asked me. Not until you answered my question. How can I trust you? I just met you. Got any other options? I don't think so. I didn't think so. If you don't come with me, you'll most likely die from an entity. If you try to escape, you'll probably die from exhaustion. Okay, fine, I'll come with you. But only so I don't die. I hopped in the car, then he said, "Put your seatbelt on. You're gonna need it." What do you mean by that? The car went so fast, I almost flew out. And we were there in the blink of an eye. Whoa, this place is amazing. It was a city, but underground. What is this place? I asked. Welcome to Dungeon City. Whoa. I think this is another dialogue. I know, but stay quiet. We don't want to attract attention. So I think that's where the extra quotation mark should have been. Okay, anyway, what's the name of the entity that you saved me from before? Don't say its name. Well, how could he? We haven't heard the name yet. Anyway, follow me. I want to show you something. Okay. There's one part in this chapter where I locked in at the end. Were you locked in? Okay. This part, I'm noticing it's, I think I've actually had this critique for some of my other raccoons, so you're not the only one here. When it has, was it what? I think it was what 16, the other stream. Had a similar thing where I'm like, oh, there's a lot of back and forth dialogue, but it would be good to have some prose, some narration, some description, some actions in between the dialogue. That way it's not just back and forth dialogue. Where was that? And that's the same thing too. That almost even goes in earlier with the pacing. If you have that stuff, it would also help with the pacing. Don't say its name. Anyway, follow me. I want to show you something. Okay. We continue to walk. Okay, so now we're outside the car. Then he told me, this is where you'll be staying until we can figure out how to leave. It looked old and rusty, but I wasn't complaining. I mean, it was a home at least. I went inside to take a look. No, this is so nice. Why did it look so bad on the outside? Because the entities are getting smarter. You make the houses look abandoned to make them think no one's there. That's pretty smart, I said. Yeah, but we never needed to use it, so we don't even know if it works. Bang! There was an explosion. Now I think it's time to test it out. Get inside. Aren't we already inside? You do like to write a long-ass comments on the hi, what? It's good to see you. So do you see? It's not normally when I give advice and critique, I worry sometimes my raccoons think like, oh no, it's just me. I'm the worst writer ever. I'll never write again. No. And it very rare. Any mistake you make, I promise you, 100 bajillion other writers have also made that mistake. I don't think we can make unique mistakes in the writing world, right? There's been so many other writers who've made the same errors we do. It just happens. So I never want you guys to think that you're alone. When they look in the house, they just open the door of the house. Okay, so they're just like looking inside. But now they're getting inside. Okay, thank you for clarifying. So let's see here. But yeah, how funny. You guys happen to have similar ones. The one I was mentioning earlier, it's what 16 here in chat. Had the similar style. Hi, PP. You know what's so funny? I had to keep reminding myself that you have the different username in Discord. I normally actually treat you and your other username as two separate people. I always forget you're the same person. Isn't that funny? Anyway, thank you for the hydrate to dihydrate. Here's your sippy. Let's see here. Alrighty. I looked out the window and saw millions of little versions of the entity that had tried to kill me earlier pouring out of a cave. Some guards tried to fend them off, but the creatures just ate them whole. Oh jeez. You're making a game mod based off of this? You're making a game off of it? Or a game mod? So isn't that the thing where you like you modify an existing game to be like this? What game are you modding? I thought about doing screenwriting style just for convo-heavy stories. Even for screenplay, you do need a little bit of like stage directions. But yeah, not a ton. That might be something that would be fun for you to try out. Oh no, Aaron, you can't sleep. It's because it's spooky. It's spooky. It's Friday the 13th. That's why. See, all the sleep paralysis demons are waiting to get you. Creatures just ate them whole. Zach pulled me away from the window and said to me, "Hey." Oh yeah, that. So I'm Zach, and that's what we call it. That's right. Zach pulled me away from the window and said to me, "I'm going to help the guards fend off those things." I was shocked. Are you kidding me? You'll die. I think this is the same line of dialogue. I think this is both from our character, Rose. It's a rhythm game called Friday Night Funkin'. Okay, I've heard of that. I've actually been commissioned to make patches inspired off that for Mitten Meat, a shop called Mitten Meat. We make their patches. I overheard someone talking some shit on my camera. They didn't know I had audio? Oh no, Aaron, I'm so sorry. That must feel that would make me feel really awful too. I'm really sorry about that. The big gamer guy. Yes. Okay. So this is the same line of audio. Blah 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 blah. I saw audio now. I'm mixing up dialogue. Are you kidding me? You'll die. Just trust me. Remember, I killed the giant version earlier, didn't I? But it didn't know you were there, did it? Then bright lights circled around him. But what you didn't know, the lights spun faster and brighter. That was only 5% of my power. Definitely feels like who does that? Some of the animes do. That was only a fraction of my power. Alright, what's the anime that does it? Is it the Dragon Ball Z one? It's that one, right? That's the cringy part. That's all good. It's just instantly making me think of it. I'm like, oh yeah, that's what some of the animes do. What are you doing? I'm just getting stronger. The lights went so fast I couldn't see them. Then they went inside him. A massive beam struck onto him. It was so bright I couldn't see. It knocked me onto the floor. I opened my eyes. He was floating there with a golden glow, and the balls of light were circling around him, and his eyes were bright white without pupils. The creatures rushed into the house. Oh, they have fully crossed the city. They're at the house now. Oh no. Have they killed everyone else in the city? This part was 2 years ago. Yeah, it happens. I don't want you to think we're making fun of you. We never make fun of you on the stream. I was just having a little giggle because it made me think of the animes. That's all. Stand back. I listened to him because I had no choice. There was another blast of light, and he was standing there back to normal, the creatures lying on the floor mangled and dead. What was that? That was just me using the core to expand my abilities. The core? What's that? I think again this is the same line of dialogue. Come, I'll show you. He rushed out of the house. Hey, wait for me! Are you gonna act like nothing just happened? Zack didn't even slow down. I chased after him, calling out as I ran. Are you seriously ignoring everything that just happened? He called back out, I'm not ignoring. I'm prioritizing. Yeah, some of the quotation marks are a little bit wonky. This is new parts? This is newer? We need to get to the core before the next wave of entities arrives. Something tells me they're aiming for it. I don't even know what it is. Okay, that's probably our character. Just tell me. Yeah, some of the quotations, because it's quotations around every sentence, rather than every time a character changes. It got a little confusing to read here. So for your next revision, I would just be like, hey, double check that you're using quotation marks correctly. That's just a little hint. Just tell me, I yelled back, my lungs burning. Suddenly, Zack skidded to a stop. His eyes flashed toward me. He looked genuinely annoyed, not by the entities, but by me. I'll tell you if you stop pestering me, he snapped, his voice hard and cold. Then, without waiting for my reaction, he was gone again, sprinting faster than before. I stood there, stunned. You're loving it so far? I just got to starting chapter 1. 832 words in the prologue! Galactic Honey, that's awesome! This is the locked in part. Nice, nice, nice. It wasn't the urgency that got me, it was the coldness. He acted like a completely different person for that 1 second. A person who didn't care if I kept up or not. I shook off the confusion. I couldn't stop now. I had to know what the core was, and if Zack was hiding something, I needed to figure it out. You got Bob's Burgers going? Oh, like in the background? The show? I actually haven't watched that. Is it good? I started running again, but something was different. The silence from Zack felt heavy, and the shadows around the city seemed to be stretching longer. Something was coming. Bang! Before my ears could process the bang, a swarm of those little creatures flowed towards me like a tsunami. I ran back as fast as I could, but it was no use. They started launching themselves at me. Ah! Eventually they hit me, I fell to the ground, and they started to swarm towards me, biting me. Every bite and scratch felt like being stabbed by 1,000 knives. Suddenly it stopped. I slightly opened my eyes with the last bit of strength I had. I saw a woman fighting them, and then I fell unconscious. This is the work in progress, chapter 3, the save spot. Hi, oh, no, that's not a literature, that's a Baba Bee. Hi, Baba Bee. Whenever other people read my story, I start freaking out when the mistakes show up. I hope you don't. Everyone who reads stuff on here, there's even some very, very incredibly talented, more talented than me writers on here. And when I read their stuff, there's still going to be mistakes and feedback, right? This is a critique stream. We get better when people help point out little mistakes like that. Author Relic is published, and they still submit their work sometimes, and I still give them feedback and critique. Bobicus and Chatty Matty, incredibly talented writers, right? And I'm still pointing out things for each of them. I don't ever want you guys to feel bad. I think you're relatively newer to the stream, but yeah, this is just a place where we all try to get better. Whenever other people, yeah, I always submit a chapter. Yeah, Chatty Matty, I'm actually working on being a real proper editor. And Chatty Matty is going to be my first little attempt at actually doing like a whole book and trying to do a developmental edit. Aaron, you don't write? That's so interesting, because you're in my, and you're also in Chatty Matty's stream. You're one of Chatty Matty's people, and then you're also in mine sometimes. You're in a lot of reading and writing category streams for not doing any writing. You're slowly progressing out of the novice stage? Yeah, and I think even with your last 2 submissions, I was already saying like, oh, what? I was already, for everyone, that's their name, they're what, 16 in chat. I'm noticing the difference, right? Like, you're one of the people I hold up as the example of, like, when you submit enough, I can start telling, like, oh, you're actually improving. You're taking the feedback and you're improving each time. It's been really cool to see you improve over over the course of the streaming I'm doing. And you didn't even submit in the very beginning. What, you've just been submitting for what, a month and a half, and you've already had progress? It's crazy. It's crazy good. Yeah, Chatty Matty writes so fast. He applies edits really fast. You're usually asleep, or like tonight you watch Bob Burgers in the background. You just submitted the sunflowers. Burn if anyone wants to look at it. Very cool. Maddie and you are in the same book club, the Tavern. And so you watch Maddie out of friendship. Oh, that's awesome. He doesn't sleep. And because you're a mod, that's right. Aaron's also a mod. Well, Roots the Raccoon, my sibling, is also a mod. That doesn't always mean that they're here. Chapter 3, The Safe Spot. Hours after the battle, I began to wake up. I was in the house that Zach gave me. You're awake. How do you feel? Are these 2 different people, or is this the same person? I was startled by the voice. It wasn't Zach's, and it didn't sound like anyone I knew. I looked around the room. To my surprise, the creatures were gone, and someone was sitting beside me. Oh, it's the same person. Okay. You're currently writing chapter 6 of The Forgotten Prince, and it's super battle heavy. Nice. And I noticed with your last submission that I read on stream, right? Your battles were getting longer. I think my earlier critiques for you, I was like, oh, everything's like happened really short. It's over on like a few sentences. And your last submission with the battle scene, I think the fight scene was like actually a few paragraphs, right? It was like the pacing was getting better. That's one of your biggest improvements. What was the pacing? So I'm excited to read that. Hey, it's okay, you don't need to be so alarmed. Hey, you're the person who saved me. Who are you? Okay, this one is the same. That's not important, she replied. We need to focus on you right now. She was right. I'd almost died, and the first thing I cared about was who she was. Can you stand up? She asked. I think I can. I tried to stand. Ow! A sharp pain flooded through my whole body and knocked me back onto the bed. You're still badly injured, she said, her eyes filled with worry. Wait here, she yelled. I think I know how to heal you. Okay, this is all the same person. I waited for minutes, then hours, until I heard footsteps. Who is here by my toes? Which kitten nugget is by my toes? Please don't bite me. Was it a Baba or was it a Luna? They're both black cats. It's hard to tell. You're in your head. You're back. What? It was Zach. He had come back. Hey there. How are you doing? Excuse me? Oh, hey, Black Dragon Tavern. Oh my goodness. Should I submit a story? I may be well past my prime with my writing, which is why I teach. Those who can't do teach, as goes the cliche. Well, one, I don't think there's anything past your prime for writing. Writing's for everybody. And two, yes, of course you can submit. I can't guarantee I'll get to it today because we have a kind of a long queue, but please feel free to submit, and then whenever you're next in the stream, I'll see if we can go ahead and cover it. I think that would be really fun. What was it? Let's see. Specs, yeah, castle? Castle. So this person now says, you just left me to die and expect me to forgive you. Left you to die? I would never do that. What did he mean? He's the reason I almost died, and now he's completely denying it. Something was going on. Either he's faking it, or he's genuinely confused. Either way, I had to figure out why, so I decided to play along. Let me go back and check here. Hold on. Slightly opened my eyes. I think sometimes it's in past tense, and then sometimes it's in present tense. Nice, a 50-50 chance. Yeah, so it's definitely castle this time. Nice, nice. Oh yeah, your grandma is 107 years old, and I'm still celebrating it. I think I mentioned it last stream, right, Callie? And I was like, oh, that's really good genes. That means that you might be able to live, like, really, really long, too, right? And you said you're gonna be, like, super, super buff when you're old. You have a short story I just finished for our Tavern Short Story Contest. That sounds really cool. First non-script I have finished writing since I finished my first book in 2011. Oh my goodness. So you do a lot of script writing too, and now you're also getting back into the novel writing, the short story here. That's really cool. You're not in the contest, you wrote as an example of the prompt. I feel like as we're in the reading and writing category, as we're hanging out with our chat more in our discords and all the different groups and stuff, we do have to start writing examples. Huh? I was doing it a little bit in the Discord last night. People were asking for some examples of concepts and stuff, and I was like, off the top of my head, I was trying to have to give examples of things of like when is a story have no characters? It can have subjects, but a story can have no characters. And then when do inanimate objects become characters, or when aren't they characters? When are they just subjects? So it was a really interesting thing, but I definitely was I was going off the fly. I was going off the seat of my pants. He's our storyteller. Nice, nice. Hope your explanation was okay. We produce 370 plus long and short form stories for video every year. Oh my goodness. That's a lot. That's crazy. I write and perform every script yourself. Oh my, Black Dragon Tavern, that's incredible. That's an incredible talent. That's so much. But oh, you gotta go in 20 minutes. Okay, we'll finish up. Sorry, I'll focus. Oh, this is a storytelling game. Huh? Is this story? Oh, do you mean D&D by how we defined it? Yeah. I decided to play along. Oh yeah, it must have been a dream. Sorry, I think this one is the same. All good, but anyways, I had to go hunting. Bye. And just like that, he was gone. I decided to go back to sleep. That girl had been gone for a couple hours, and I was getting tired. When I woke up, the girl was back. She was looking at some bottles filled with a mysterious liquid. She started mixing them together until she noticed me. Here, drink this. It should heal you. It tasted horrible, like a jug of milk after it spoils. But after I swallowed it, I felt my whole body heal itself in an instant. And there we go. That is, unless there's something else, that is the end right now for, that was 3 chapters? Let's see here. We explained the narrator stuff last night was okay. Yeah. What was I saying? Hold on. Hold on. So first, hold on. Now I'm getting distracted. One Chima, yeah, it was just a discussion. I want all my raccoons to be able to talk and like figure things out. That's what having a little Discord community is for. I thought it was a great conversation. I thought we had like some good insights there. And then for big gamer guys, so I gave one critique earlier, and that was the pacing, especially with some of the dialogue stuff. Sometimes there's just the sections of just back-to-back dialogue. I feel like we can have descriptions, we can have some actions, we can have some inner thoughts, we can have some stuff to help fill in those areas, and that would help with the pacing too. Because for 3 chapters, being only not even a full 5 pages, right? That's a lot's happened in 4.5 pages. This has been very, very fast. Let's see. So that was the first critique. And then everything else I wouldn't say were a critique. Some people get confused by what I classify as a critique or not. Some like little edits, like just double check your dialogue tags, your quotation mark tags, or the spacing. Those are just like little itty bitty fixes, right? They're just little itty bitty fixes. But for the second critique, I think I mentioned the tenses too. Double check your tenses. Go through. I believed sometimes it was in present tense, and sometimes it was in past tense. You want to go back and double check that whatever tense you're working in, you stay consistent in it. And otherwise, I think those I limit myself to just 1 or 2 critiques for all our newbie raccoons who submit for the first time. Because one, it's really scary submitting your stuff to be critiqued live on stream, right? It takes a lot of guts and courage to get a critique, and it takes twice as much to be critiqued live on stream. So it's always a nice little welcome. It's just 1 or 2, right? And I think with the pacing and then just keeping your tenses correct, this will elevate the piece a lot. I'm really excited to see you keep writing it with those fixes. Well, maybe I'm behind on chat right now. Oh my goodness. So Black Dragon Tavern was a prolific academic, fantasy, and poetry up till 2013. I started your second company? Oh my goodness, I'm still on a first company with Roots. I can't imagine a second company. Having 1 company is already crazy enough. After that point, I didn't have much time for writing, I bet. It's only been since the lady and I started the tavern that I've had the license to be a storyteller. Oh, how fun for you. And a privilege it is to be such. That's awesome. I'm so glad you get to have that time and that dedicated time, right, to actually pursue this. It's definitely different when I started streaming and having that dedicated time in November, where I was like, oh, I'll just stream every single day and do writing. It was so helpful to my writing and my creativity. It helped so much to have that dedicated bit. But yeah, you're right. Unless we make the time, we never find the time. The writing time, that creative output time can just escape from us. It's hard to keep up with it. Castle is such an amazing storyteller. That's great. Oh, you're watching the Boss Burger Valentine's episode. Did you tell me if it's good or not? Is it good? Oh, it's a solid episode. Nice. Okay, I worked on that. Oh shoot, I gotta go start. Thank you so much, Big Gamer Guy, for submitting. Thank you so much. Big round of applause for Big Gamer Guy for submitting. It takes a lot of guts to be a raccoon to submit your work and get feedback like that. So hopefully, my feedback helped them in the future. And I hope they keep writing. I think it'll be great. Well, the first 2 failed catastrophically. The 3rd was successful, but also collapsed during the big cough of 2020, right? Yeah. As it was an events-based business, and there was none for those 3 years. Yeah. It was great. The world overall changed during that time, right? It was crazy. Me and Roots actually started our company, which is Cryptid Roots, which is embroidery patches and a little bit of sewing. I think we never picked up an embroidery machine until 2020. It was 2020, right? So everyone was picking up new crafts and hobbies. So me and Roots picked that up. We learned how to make patches on an embroidery machine. We had never touched an embroidery machine before. And then 2021, we started the business. And then since then, like, our work's been on the Grammy Red Carpet twice, on a few different celebrities. We had a contract with Legoland, where we actually did the patches for one of their parades out in California that opened a few years ago. We did the patches for the pirate section. it was crazy, and I never thought we would be you're in ads. Oh no. Good work. My Twitch just went. How has curse work been? The curse work? Embroidery is underappreciated art. Definitely. And we don't even do like hand embroidery or anything. We can do it, but I doubt anyone would ever want to pay for that. I do enough hand sewing as it is, but no, very rarely do people want to pay for hand embroidery. Oh, coursework. Yes. It's been doing amazing. I'm really excited with it so far. I feel like I haven't revealed what the course is yet. I gotta still sit with it a bit to see how I feel about how fast it was. It was a self-paced course. I think that's why I did it so fast. But I'm gonna sit with it a bit longer before I give any feedback or review on it. I picked up 2 new books from the library. The Dinosaur Lords and the Blade Itself trilogy. Oh. Maddie, control your children? What are Maddie's children doing? Maddie, what's happening? Oh my goodness. But yeah, I feel happy that I did the course. I feel good about it. I'm excited to start doing, or at least trying to do, some editor stuff. But I don't know. I still stick with it to see what my actual feedback and critique on the course was. Oh, the Dinosaur Lords book don't have an ending because the author died? Oh, gee. Oh, so this is like a popular series that multiple people know about. Wow. That's crazy. Thank you for the heads up, PP. Oh my goodness. What was I saying though? Oh no. Sometimes it's a thing, right? Sometimes like their kid or something will like finish the book series for them. Are you getting into literary editing? Yeah, I did a course to be a developmental editor. I want my focus to be mostly on fiction and fantasy. How has the coursework been divided? Spoilers? Oh, spoilers for the Dinosaur Lord. Hold on, my mind might freak out because I'm moving around. Oh my god, let me get all comfortable again on my chair. The coursework was divided practically. I'm just wondering if it was short. Even though it was self-guided, and I knew since it was self-guided, it was self-paced, that I could finish it relatively fast. I could have finished it faster, if I'm being honest, but I really wanted to take the time after each section and like really sit with it and absorb the material. Sorry. What was I saying? Fuck. But it was divided into what developmental editing is, how to, I'm getting the order wrong, but like how to get clients, what is developmental editing compared to line editing, how to professionally give feedback. There was an entire section of how do we professionally give feedback, how do we be kind about it but not appear unprofessional. We should still be confident in the edits and the critiques that we're suggesting. Wonderful. Good editors are hard to find. I agree with that. I think there's a lot of people who just get into editing who maybe shouldn't be at the level where they're giving out editing advice. The lady and I do it, but it's a tedious work and we don't have much time for client work these days. Well, it's good to be busy, right? It's good to be busy. But yeah. I definitely feel like maybe this is the thing in a lot of other industries too, but I definitely feel like there's some that are just like, oh, I beta read, which is basically editing, so I'll just be an editor. And it's not the same. It's not quite at the same level or skill of expertise. So I do feel like there's some murky mistakes, or maybe some people who are overinflating their talent for it. Yeah, see, it's not the same. Oh, not even close. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like there are some people who do. I don't want to be harsh. I don't want to be like, oh, like bad work, but maybe not work that's up to par, up to the level of quality people are expecting for an editor, but they're still selling their services as an editor. That's what I'm noticing a lot as I'm like reaching out, I'm like checking people's work and I'm reaching out to other people. I'm like, this doesn't actually seem like proper critique, proper editing level suggestions. So that's something I'm noticing. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to try it. I was telling my Cryptid family, I'm like, oh, I might be the first Cryptid editor. Wouldn't that be cool? Because I was reaching out. I reached out to like the Bigfoot and the Sasquatch families and a few of the Yetis. That's a little bit more long distance call for the Yetis. But I've reached out to a few of them, and I think I'm going to be the first Cryptid editor. So I'm like, that makes me feel kind of special. You know, that makes me feel kind of cool. I'm being representation for cryptids all around the world, trying to break into a new industry, a new market. So I thought that would be neat. But otherwise, let me pull up my Discord. Let's see here. I can go ahead and delete the big gamer guys. Let's go delete that. Let's see. I have Lando Commando still. I don't know if Land's in today. That's right. I've offered this fish dog. Is that one of the nicknames in your chat? A fish dog? Your services? Yeah, I'm gonna try. I think fully like offering services might be a bit too ambitious. I'm still new. You'll be the first attempt I do at a proper developmental edit. So I don't wanna I don't wanna overhype anything up yet. But yeah, I'm gonna read the full book, and make some notes, and then I'll reread the whole book again, with more notes and critique and feedback. I would say bad work is a fair description. I know. I try to make this place so nice and a cozy part of the internet. Sometimes it's actually hard because I'm in the mindset of, oh yeah, like everything's nice and good. Sometimes it's hard to actually say like neat things or bad things. I think it's that customer service like mode, you know what I mean? Sometimes it's hard to say it. Considering how much dreadful slop is published these days, and some of it is only slop because it is poorly structured and badly edited. That's true. I think when it comes to publishing it though, remember, the final end judgment call is always the author. An author can get bad critique and bad feedback, and if they choose just to accept that bad critique and bad feedback and not pursue anything else and actually get good critique and feedback, and they're just happy with that quality and publish it, at the end of the day, that was the author's choice. There was no one there making an author publish a poor quality book. Does the course only go over how to handle clients as an editor, or does it also go over how to handle what clients submit? Hold on, wait, let me reread that. Hold on, my brain's bubbling. Does the course only go over how to handle clients as an editor? Are you asking is it only about handling clients or actually doing the editing? Yes, it went over how to do the edits, different functions in Word, because that particular editor mostly used Word, but most of the ways they were structuring it could be supplied to others. They are differentiating what to do in a developmental report, which is like the 5 to 20 pages you'll get separate, the actual editorial report, versus the in-document critiques and the highlights and how you can do things for different authors. It was saying how to structure it, how to be professional about your critique and feedback. You can't just do something like, oh, I hate this sucks. You have to be like, no, analyze it. How do you, why is it not connecting with readers right now? How do you analyze if something's just your personal bias, right? Because you never want to give a critique just based off of bias. You could not like, you could not like a romance subplot at all, but is it actually bad that the book has a romance subplot? It might not be. It might make perfect sense. It's just your bias, your personal bias, being like, oh no, I don't like romance subplots. I prefer honesty and to let myself separate necessity versus my feelings. I agree, we do the same thing, but I find frankness, as long as it's constructive, even if a little unkind, be refreshing and constructive. I mean, we try to keep it cozy and drama-free, right? And that's one of the things with Twitch and the internet as a whole. It's not even just Twitch, it's the internet. Sometimes keeping things drama-free is a part-time job in and of itself. I think especially since this channel has kind of evolved into being a mostly critique place, right? It could be very easy to get hurt feelings or get hurt over feedback here. And that's not what this is about. This is just a cozy little part of the internet to become a better writer, to get that feedback, to get that critique from. So that's what this is. But yeah, as an actual editor, it would definitely be different, right? You can't handhold and pander to feelings too much as an actual editor. As a little blue person on your screen, I can be very nice, right? I can baby people a little bit. It's fine. I'm just a little VTuber model, right? That's part of the thing. But definitely as an actual editor, the vibe's a bit different. But still, I was actually researching. I was researching because I was talking about a lot of times after a developmental edit, there's normally also a way for them to, the clients, in this case the writers, to contact you to follow up, ask questions, ask things back and forth, toss ideas around. Right? There's normally an after call or an after email, but it's normally better as a call because it's a better flow. So you normally either do like a oh my god, what's it called? A Zoom call or a phone call. After the critique a few days after or a week after. That way the author has time to read all your notes and feedback and think about it. And then you do a phone call or a Zoom call. And I was looking it up, and people say I could actually use my blue VTuber model on a Zoom call. So I'm an actual editor. I could still be Cryptid, your favorite local Cryptid, your favorite blue booba. And I could be... I could just be a VTuber on a Zoom call. Going back and forth with your stories. I thought that was neat. I thought that would be a fun thing to try and do. The first thing I asked Maddie when he wanted to have me look at his book was, do you want me to give you honest and professional feedback, or are you just wanting me to read your story and give you a compliment on something? Because they are very different things. Part of this section of the course was even talking about that. Sometimes no matter what you say, even though an author like paid you money for a critique, if you actually critique them, they will be they'll be very mad and upset. And I was like, oh no. And some of them are sometimes you'll just find people who just don't agree with your critique, and at the end of the day, the story is there. You can't make them accept your critique. The only thing you can do as a professional is give your critique, but what the author decides to do with it is up to them, and it just is what it is. You're perfectly fine with critiques, even brutal stuff. That's one of the things I've been noticing. So I do chapter by chapter. I critique Chatty Maddie here, right? What was that? Oh, is the lights flickering? If the stream drops, it might just be like a power surge or something. So I'll start the stream again when the power goes back up. But right now, I think we're good. I don't know why the lights flickered. Hi Andre, it's good to see you. Good evening. But yeah, one of the things is because Chatty Maddie, and I was noticing it with Author Relic too. I don't know if Author Relic's still in chat. Since they were like more not more professional, right? Since they were more wanting that professional critique, they want the actual feedback, they want the critique, they want to be able to apply stuff and improve, because they have professional ambitions, right? Author Relic is publishing and self-publishing, and Chatty Maddie is looking to be published, right? So I was doing more and more critiques for them because I knew they could handle it. They handled the initial feedback well, and then they also just wanted more feedback and critique. And then I was realizing, oh no, wait, all the new baby raccoons who are coming in for a critique and stuff and just seeing it for the first time, right? I was like, oh no, when you guys submit, it's it's a little baby critique. I just do 1 or 2 critiques for all the new raccoons. It's only because it's only because Chatty Maddie or Author Relic, or insert whoever, like, because they've submitted multiple times, I give them more critiques, right? It was it was funny having to juggle those 2 different types of raccoons. I have typed Rendalis so much it's now an autofill. Oh my god. A lot of Castlevania critiques are pretty much the same. Really? Oh my goodness. So I was gonna say, Castle, you just need a blue booba model too, and then we could be twins. Apparently we're having the same thoughts, might as well. Let's see who's next in the queues. We have Lando Commando. I don't think I've seen Land in chat today. We have Lando Commando, we have Solar. Solar, if you're in chat, you're up next. When I was running my last company, we did brand advising. We also did event and event media coordination. Oh my god, that sounds all very official. 90% of our branding clients would pay thousands of dollars for us to consult on their brands and show them how to grow, and would then get upset that my answer wasn't, oh no, you're doing everything right. You have no need to change. Here's a magic bullet. You'll be famous and rich now. Isn't that a thing with a lot of advising? A lot of advising companies. There's like corporations, when they get like new management or they change how a giant company does stuff, then the higher ups get mad because the productivity goes down, right? Because they brought in all these other people. So then they'll hire an advisement company to come in and see how everything's done and give them feedback on how to make it all ship shape again. And then the advisement company will be like, yeah, you fucked it up. You got all these other random people in. And they changed things. You need to get those people out and go back to how it was working before, because that's how it worked good before. And then the company that paid tens of thousands of dollars for an advisement company, right, is like, no, you're just supposed to, no. You're not supposed to actually make us do anything different or go back to the old ways. I feel like that's a lot of advising companies. They always had to deal with those clients. I did not need that image in my head, Cryptid. You don't remember falling asleep? What year is it? It's 3046. You've been asleep for so long. No, I'm kidding. You're already a bit of a well-boobered man. I love that. That's funny. His needs a beard. Oh my goodness. Oh my, yeah. Instead of the little two ponytails on the side, you could just have them wrapped around as a beard. Oh my god, that would be funny. But I'm more green than blue, so we're not far off. Oh, you're green. Maybe we're cousins. If I somehow make it into the queue, can you check if I need to censor Cryptid? What would you need to censor? Geez, well, if you... I don't know. I could check off stream if you need to censor anything. But I can't check on stream because again, these all kind of get uploaded to YouTube later, the VODs. Sometimes it's hard. Well, beans are really did not off a while there. I'm guessing if you had to ask, yes. It just, if it's the only things you had to censor are like sex, smut, spicy content, things like that. Things that get a little too sexy, too spicy. Those are the only things I ask to be censored. But if it's just normal like blood, gore, or fighting, that's normally fine. That's fine. And people sometimes ask about the rules. That's the only thing. What was I doing? So I forget who it was. Oh my god, somebody was like submitted a thing earlier, and they were like, "Oh, you don't like sexy or spicy stuff, but there's like an implied romance here." And like I like reread it, and there wasn't even like kissing or anything. Like nothing happened. And I'm like, what are you worried about censoring? And they're like, "Oh, well, just the two characters might like each other. Is that too much?" And I'm like, "No, that's fine." Just literal explicit smut, like literal sex scenes. Please don't give this to me. It was really funny. It was really cute. Kissing and nudity is okay from my experience as long as you don't go, and they did the nasty. Oh my goodness, I'll be lucky I had to get back to work. A lovely conversation. Appreciate what you do. Thank you so much, Black Dragon Tavern. And I'll have to hop over to your chats at some point in the future. But thank you. I hope you have a productive evening or day, whatever your time zone you're in. And hopefully I'll see you around hanging out later. But yeah, I think if your line is literally okay, here's a caveat to the rule. If the line is literally quote, and they did the nasty, end quote. That's fine, because that's just funny. That's just funny. That's not explicit at all. That's just funny. He's same time zone as me, Pacific Standard Time. Okay. Let's see. So then it was, I don't know if Blub's in. Wait, no, wait, where am I? Yeah, it's Blub, it's Lando, it's Solar. They said they weren't in. It's the L name that had red waves. They're not going to be into stream tonight. They mentioned that early. I don't know if Ten's on tonight. Is Tenebro and Just? They have one of their scripts again. That'll be a cool one to read. You always try to lurk when I'm on? Oh wait, now I'm embarrassed. We try to support friends and friends and friends. That's so sweet. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Now I'm over here like, oh no, what cringe tech failures have you seen? What have you witnessed? How many of my screw-ups have you seen? Oh no, I'm just still a baby streamer. I still don't know what I'm doing. That works because it's an implied spicy scene that picks up afterwards while the characters are talking. Yeah, that's probably fine. Time to fluster the curtain. Oh no, wait, no. So I don't believe 10 is in. Then surprisingly, yeah, we skipped what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. And then we have what? And we have, Lucy Lore? Is that how you say your name? Or Lucky Lore? With the Genesis, the Divine Corruption Prologue. Whichever one of you two are still in. I see what was here a few minutes ago. Thought I saw Lucy Lore after they, took a nap for a couple 100 years. Lucia. Lucy Lore. Okay, yeah, Lucy Lore. I'm about, let's see who was first. It is what first. So let's do a few pages for what, and then it's Lucy Lore. Let's see. My Google Doc. Everyone say goodbye to the weave screen. Oh dear God. Where were we? What, do you remember what page we were at? We have a few VTuber friends and we've made VTuber assets for folks. Oh, how talented. So I understand the technical problems that can happen. You've also been streaming for 15 years almost. Oh my goodness, so my like 3.5 months is like nothing. My 3.5 months is nothing. 15 years and I still get plagued with technical issues, so no judgment. Oh, that's a big relief. Thank you for understanding. Maybe then I won't be such a noob. Maybe I don't appear like such a noob to everybody. Chapter 5 is on the shorter side? Okay. So I'm amused by the idea of submitting my own stuff, but just editing out the problematic parts, and instead having black censor bars included. Or jokey summation. Sometimes people do that. They'll just, like, again, like, cross it out. And then they might just give me a summary if it was, like, plot relevant. Same with it's my wife. She's an artist and 3D modeler and designer by trade. That's super cool. I think actually, Chatty Matty even gave me a link to their Instagram, so I saw their art at some point. It's also currently helping with the art for your story. And that's why I recommended her to you. Yeah, that's right. I was like, yeah, didn't that happen? Yeah. Do like SCP style, and then the characters redacted. Just fully redacting out info. No, it's only funny if you redact out like the harmless bits too. Like if one of the lines is, and then they kissed, and then you like redact that out, you black that out. You gotta redact everything. You gotta redact all the PDA. Wonder if we can do spoiler block stuff in Google Docs. I do in Discord, but not sure about Google Docs. I'm not sure. That's it. I just started trying to learn Blender to make animations. What? That's gonna be so cool. A lot of people who can do animations are like so talented. I wanted to originally, back when I thought no one would watch this stream and I could just do whatever, I was like, oh, I should do writing a challenge for 30 days, and then I might do a drawing challenge for 30 days, because I wanted to get better at art, because I thought people who can do art are cool, and you don't get good at art unless you start practicing, right? But then people actually started watching my streams, and so now I had to be consistent with the branding. I had to be keep up with all the critique streams. But in the future, if people ever stop watching for the critiques and stuff, and I fade back into obscurity, then I might try doing a drawing challenge. That could be fun. Oh man, the spooky lo-fi beats are crazy. Which is worth it. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. So let's see. You're saying, let's see what chapter 4 ended. Was Ren is back. Fine, I'll talk to you in the morning. Good night. Yeah, and Ren's gonna join the fight, and the mom and the aunt are upset about that. All our art and digital assets for the tavern. I am always in awe of her skill and talent. Aww. I uncensored chapter 4. I just read to the very end. I just quickly looked at it. I just wanted to remember where we were. How long is it? Oh, it's just 4 pages. Okay. The morning sun slowly crept into the sky. Ren kneeled down in the courtyard with his sword in front of him. He was cleaning a short sword that he hardly used. This was part of a routine that he picked up from Gray. Once the sword was cleaned, he began practicing his swordsmanship. As more people began to wake and move around, the more stairs he got. Okay, well, sword up. I don't think anything appeared on screen. If it was, I didn't see it. So hopefully you'll be fine. And hopefully we've been streaming long enough that YouTube won't catch it if anything was on screen. Oopsie. I just wanted to read them right, and I wanted to remember where chapter 4 left off. I was like, yeah, what happened? It's been a hot minute. He has so many scars, a noblewoman said. I've heard wardens train for years non-stop. Blah, 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 blah. I've heard wardens train non-stop for years, ma'am, a handmaid said. I don't care. He's handsome, another noblewoman said. Ladies aren't the more important things to look at, Alora said. Is it supposed to be ladies aren't there more important things to look at? Maybe that's what it means. I know parts of chapter 14 and chapter 23 has spice, and another after that has a near spice scene. Oh, okay, yeah, so yeah, okay, so yeah, that's just a little spoiling here. We got that. Yeah, so maybe, again, by that point, I would have already, like, edited your book at this point, right? Because we're reading everything on stream so slowly. I would have already edited the book. I would have already given you all my critiques and feedback. So at that point, I'm not even sure if you want those chapters still to be read on stream. It's all good. The woman quickly scurried off to different parts of the castle. Alora stood there gazing upon Ren. She was starting to see which she didn't want to accept. She was starting to see what she didn't want to accept. He wasn't a little boy anymore. He is an adult who can make his own decisions. He wasn't a little boy anymore. He was an adult who can make his own decisions. Something about that is a little wonky to me. I'm not quite sure what. Ren, sweetheart, Alora said. Yes, Ren said. If you're set on helping Iron Helm, then go. I'll deal with Kaldor and your mother, and I'll settle your fee afterwards, Alora said. His fee? Ren smiled before taking off to gather his things. Letting out a loud sigh. He really does look like Kaldor, Alora whispered to herself. So Alora is the aunt. That's right, Alora's the aunt. Was that Ren? Kaldor asked. It was. I gave him my permission to go to Ironhelm, Alora said. You did what? Kaldor exclaimed. He's not a child anymore, Kaldor. You and Ilya will have to accept that. He's been old enough to make his own decisions. Speaking of children, Kaldor, I want them, Alora said with a flirtatious smile, taking his hand. This is a wildly different tone here. Wait. So it goes from like convincing him, like, oh yeah, this kid is all grown up, like he's good to go. He's gonna go off to war and possibly die. You guys are gonna have to accept that. He's been a warden for years. And then suddenly it's very flirtatious, and speaking of children, Kaldor, I want them. That's a little bit of a different tone. I wonder if we could break this up a bit. Like, and the dialogue tag here has some other conversation, like finish this conversation, has some prose, and then the mood shifts, and she starts talking about wanting children. Ren gathered the provisions needed for a 4-day journey south. He turned to see his mother with her eyes full of tears. I won't be gone long, Mother. According to reports that Kaldor received, King Dorian's navy is winning the war at sea. It will only be a month at most, Ren said. Be careful, Ilya said, hugging her son. I will, Ren said, leaving for the stalls. Ren was stopped by Captain Woodrow, who handed him a letter with a Grand Royal seal on it. Show this to the guards, and they'll take you to Baron Clovis, Woodrow said. We have a lot of the really fast pacing again, and just a few paragraphs we switch scenes from Alora and Keldor talking over it, and then talking about their own kids. We then switch perspective to Ren, where I don't know where Ren actually is. I just know he's gathering provisions. I don't know if that's in his room, if it's in a stockpile in the castle, if it's in a place. Then he's heading towards the stalls. I don't know if he's outside. I don't know if he's still in the castle heading towards the stalls or what. And then he stopped. Conversation. It's a lot that's happened in just a few lines. This is another little like asterisk, but this is tricky place for pacing. It went really fast here. Let's see here. What kind of edits do you think you do most often during stream? Which one do I do the most? Well, today it's definitely been a pacing one, right? With Gamer Guy and What? Those two well, Gamer Guy was new, but What I normally always point out some pacing issues. And they're getting better at it, so I try to be like really... I notice when the pacing's better, and then I point out where the pacing could still use work. I think it depends on the writer. It definitely feels like different writers, I point out different things. Chatty Matty, right? It's normally not a pacing issue at all. I'm normally just always checking the characters. Are the characters believable? Is the dialogue believable for their age and what's happening? It's normally checking the characters for Chatty Matty. For Bobicus, I don't even think it's really any crazy edits. I normally offer some line suggestions, some line edits occasionally for Bobicus until I'm done with the whole work. And then we just reordered some scenes. I just had some scene layouts about like which scenes should happen first, how to split up some scenes. That was Bobicus. For a few, I catch on the thing of like, oh, you're writing it like this is a TV show rather than a novel, where like the perspective, the narrator's catching stuff that your main character can't see, which happens in TV shows. Like the camera will pan over and show the audience, right, like a killer around a corner or someone else's ideas or thoughts or something, right? But in a novel, you normally stick with a particular perspective. Sometimes I'll catch little things like that. But I think it's definitely author or writer dependent. Different writers have very particular issues they focus on. And thank you so much for the follow. Hey, welcome to Cryptid Cult. I hope you have fun hanging out here. Yeah, and that's even a thing. Normally when you deal with a particular author, or when normally a lot of like published authors even comment on it, when they get one editor that they like, they'll actually stay with that editor forever because that editor has picked up on their writing quirks, on the particular errors that writer struggles with, and they get very, very it gets very easy for that editor to pick up that same writing for other books from that same author, right? Because they already know the writing style of that author. They can keep pointing out the same issues that author struggles with. But hello, welcome to Cryptid Chat. I'm actually reading stories from some of our users here in chat today, and I provide some feedback and edits. My blue Cryptid editor. Yeah, I'll be the first Blueba editor ever. Will I be the first? I don't actually know. Maybe I haven't stuck around long enough to find out. Do you guys think? I wonder if I'll be the first VTuber editor. Wouldn't that be crazy? I'm pretty sure I'm the first Cryptid editor. I'm Cryptid, your favorite local Cryptid. I think I'll be the first Cryptid editor. I wonder if I'll be the first VTuber editor. Wouldn't that be a crazy thing? I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but it might be a thing. But yeah, normally that's why certain writers, even if they change agencies or publishing houses or anything like that, they'll actually stick with an editor once they find an editor that they like. And it might take you a while. It's kind of like finding a therapist or finding like a friend that actually like gets you and becomes a best friend. You might have to go through a couple to actually find an editor who gets your vision, who gets what story you want to tell. And yeah. And what was the earlier question? Fuck. ADHD. What do I do most often? What do I do most often on stream? I'll do little fixes and suggestions, and then the big, what's the one I say most often to people? Oh, I think, so what has pacing? Big Gamer Guy had pacing. Callie sometimes has pacing and lacking scene descriptions. I think it's either pacing issues, either being too fast or too slow. I feel in my gut, I think that's the one I deal with most. I feel like that's the one I most often comment on. Could I be wrong? Yeah, you can... If anyone wants to take the time and look through the multiple hours and hours and hours worth of VODs on the VOD channel, you could like have a little counter clicker and see what all the edit suggestions are. I wouldn't recommend it, but you could do that. Just a quick note, Eliza is left-handed. Okay, so when we get to Eliza, Eliza is left-handed. I might need to fix my lore dock. Indicate if I switch the amount of time it takes from Eldoria to Ironhelm. You can also, I just had a quick question. Let me see, where was it? So, Kaldor is secretly Ren's father, right? So roughly Allura and Ilya are like, I know that the one's older than the other, but they're roughly the same age, right? They're roughly the same age. Oh, sorry, I'm kicking my computer desk. I'm getting all situated. What was I saying? So, Ren is now 18. I'm guessing his mom had him at a relatively reasonable age, right? Let's even say like she was like maybe early 20s, let's even say she was like 21, 22 or something, right? So let's see, that means 21 plus 18 is 38, 39. If the other sister here is older, she's gonna be in her early 40s, and that's just being on the low end with the ages, right? She's early 40s to mid 40s at this point, I'm gonna guess. If I'm keeping up, if I'm remembering your lore doc correctly. So is she early to mid 40s and she hasn't had kids yet, and now she's thinking of wanting kids? I'm just asking, that's just a clarity question. Allura is 39, Ilya is 37, and Kaldor is 40. Okay, so Allura is 39. So 18 years ago, sorry, I was glitching out. That's 31, 21, and then Ilya's 37. 37 minus 18 is, oh, so she had Ren at 19. Oh my god. She had Ren at 19, that's crazy. I've updated the lore doc a lot since I last submitted. Oh, okay. I was just keeping the lore like straight in my head. I wanted to make sure I was remembering everyone's ages and right and stuff. But yeah, so Allura is the queen now, right? So for the past 18 years, her sister already had a kid. Her kid's been growing up for 18 years. Allura hasn't had any children in that time. I'm wondering if there would have been pressure as a royal, as the one of the people currently in charge of a kingdom, if there would have been pressure to have kids earlier. That's a little comment. For the current case of pacing, what would you suggest the writer do? So, this writer has heard me make those critiques and comments before. They have been working on it. You do see the improvements. One of their bigger things earlier, like I think when they first started, they didn't even have these paragraphs of description, having the actions, the background descriptions of everything. And they have been working on it. I do see the improvement. It always gets a little trickier, and I pointed out to them of like when they have just the dialogue, they go back and forth on the dialogue, and we need to sometimes break up those long dialogue conversations and have the characters doing something, reacting, moving around, drawing the sword, like getting reactive with stuff. But it's going to be to help with pacing. That's when you insert more things with Background descriptions, I mentioned like, oh, I don't actually know where Ren gathered the provisions for the day. I don't know if he's in his room, I don't know if he's in the kitchen, I don't know if he's in some storage section of the castle. It just says he went and then he left and he's on his way to the stalls. I don't actually know where he is. He's just kind of floating in space. So background descriptions, character reactions, not just having them talk. So was that Ren? Kaldor asked. It was, Alora said. You did what? Kaldor exclaimed. Like, we could have... Was that Ren? Kaldor asked as he, like, approached outside. He has his entourage of guards. They all stood silently, but even they seemed to have their ears perked, listening for any updates on the drama of this mysterious Prince Ren, the Forgotten Prince. It was. I gave him permission to go to Ironhelm, Alora said, purposely avoiding his gaze, knowing that he would react strongly. You did what? Kaldor exclaimed. Like, so we could have character reactions, background character descriptions, the setting descriptions. We could have more of that stuff throughout it, and that helps with the pacing. Then everything's not super boom, 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 and then we're like already something that should be like multiple pages is only like condensed down to a paragraph, you know. Having that background stuff helps. My life is complete. I just finished a sentence of a paragraph and it ended on 1,200 words total. Perfection. Is that the little OCD writing gremlin in the back of your brain? It's okay, I have one too. That's why I'm joking about it. Yes, she has a subplot where she's concerned about that, but that hasn't fully happened yet. Okay. So you see, sometimes stuff like that where I'm like, I point stuff out, an editor might ask, oh, is this something? That doesn't always mean it's a fix or a critique. It's just clarifying. It's just like, hey, flag, like, is there something with this? Is this important? And the writer, just like in what's case right here, says, oh yeah, that's going to come in effect later. And you're like, okay, I'll keep reading until that comes into effect. Sometimes a comment isn't always an actual critique. It's just a clarifying question. I keep nodding pretty badly, so I might have to wait till another night for me so I can actually comprehend anything said. Well, that's totally fine. If my model will track, that's totally fine. Hey, if you need to go ahead and log off now and get some sleep, that's totally fine. I get you. Well, you'll stay in the queue. It's never a rush. I want my books to end on a 0 with a total word count. Just preference? That's so interesting. I've never heard something like. I don't think I've ever looked at what an actual page, like a published book's exact word count is to see if it ends on a 0. So pacing is less of a speed things up issue and more of an issue of info. Well, it can be. There can be plot pacing issues, and that's normally when the plot is going too slow. And normally if there is a pacing issue where everything's too slow, then there's a lot of useless info, useless side characters, things that never come up again, and then you have to cut it because the pacing is too slow. You have too much unnecessary details and characters and backstories and subplots coming into effect. You need to cut some of it out. Your main character has 20 best friends that you're talking about, and none of those guys are plot relevant. You need to cut out 19 of those friends. Here your main character can have like 1 or 2 best friends, right? And that's normally when the plot is too slow. For most, I don't think... I'm trying to think. Have I actually had anyone on stream whose pacing was too slow? I don't believe I have. Most of the ones I'm seeing are actually, their pacing's too fast. Everything's going by. Something that should be taking a whole chapter isn't a page. Something that should be a couple pages happens in a quick paragraph. I'm normally seeing the pacing is too fast. That's a lot of the issues I see. It leads to a big incident that changes the outlook of her amongst her family. You take care and have a good night. Much raccoony love. Oh, thank you. Good night. Have a wonderful night. We'll see you in another stream. Can I say something? I don't care if it was said before. I just want clearance before I say it. I don't know what you're gonna say. So I guess so. I can't wait to get your input on whether this is a Deus Ex Machina in the Hunger Games fic. when I get to my Hunger Games. Oh wait, they're sleeping next to each other? Oh my goodness. I love you, Mama Cryptid. Good night. You guys, huge update. Luna's hanging out with both her kids. It's the first time in over a year. And she's sleeping next to one of them. Not super close, but like line of sight. She's not trying to kill her babies. It's crazy. huge character growth for Luna Tuna Fish. I'm not sure what Galactic Honey wanted to say. You just posted the updated lore doc in the chat. Nice. I'll have to take a look at that another stream. That'll be exciting. Let's see. I'll try my best to make sure it was earned. For the little Deus Machina or not in Hunger Games. Okay. If he needs to go OUT later, can I just like summon you or our roots? Okay. But otherwise, right, it's the changing of the guards, the night shift. So let's see here. I don't think I see any update for Galactic Honey, but if they message in chat, I'll go ahead and read it. In the meantime, let's go ahead and keep reading this. Now that I had clarity on Allure and Ilya's ages, now that I got some little hints on that's going to be a subplot later. Did I make the right choice, Kaldor? Allure asked. When has your brilliant mind ever failed you? Never. So yes, you made the right decision, Kaldor said. I know I'm not his birth mother, but I want to be a mother to him just as much as Ilya, Allure said with tears in her eyes. To be fair, there has been some in the canon lore. Something I noticed that there's a tendency to use the word said or something along those lines. That's true. I would suggest to change the words up to add more impact to the words and give context to the tone it was said in. That is a really good point. And yeah, I don't ever want you guys to feel bad about giving critique too. As long as the critiques are always said nicely, I never have a problem with my raccoons giving each other feedback. I think that's a huge bonus to this community if you guys can give each other feedback too, rather than just hearing from one blue cryptid on your screen. You know what I mean? Yes, I think with what's last submission, we did point that out with the Mafia story. And it was mentioned, especially when the dialogue's a little bit back to back. So it's either fixing up some of the seds, or what would be more natural, especially because we do have some. We have some asked here, we have exclaimed, we have whispered. We do have some breaking up in it. It mostly just feels like it's so said because it's just lines of dialogue back to back. If it was Ren's sweetheart, Allure said, and then it had the description here, right? The prose of oh, she was wearing a blue dress. Today she wore one of her simpler crowns. Something like that. She was coming forward behind him, looking a little bit sad. Yes, Ren said back. So that if the prose could also split it up, and that would fix it. So it could be a fix either way. There's multiple ways to address it. Hold on. I struggle with the same problem, so that's how I was able to notice it. It's a very common problem. Like I said, I don't think there's any writer out there who has a unique problem. I think any critique or problem we have, 1 bajillion other writers also struggle with it. Same with me. I don't have any unique struggles. I have a lot of struggles in my writing, but I don't have anything unique. I know anything I struggle with, thousands of others writers also struggle with it, right? That's one of the good things about finding these kind of communities. We can all work together and help each other with our same issues. He turned around and looked a shock on his face. You did what to add more impact? Exactly, guys. Just those little prose that helps with the pacing, that helps break up the dialogue, and it gives some more of those descriptions in between the said, asked, exclaimed, said. Right? That's how he fixed it. Having more of the actual prose and descriptions and actions in between stuff. That will fix several things. And what is actually doing the work, they have improved a lot compared to their earlier submissions. I'm really excited to read each of their new chapters they submit because I can notice little bits here and there where I'm like, oh, they did take it, they have improved it a bit. So let's go ahead, let's keep reading. Allura said with tears in her eyes, Ilya knows how much you care for him. She even agrees that you're just as much his mother as she is. I love you both, and I'm glad I was able to marry you and Ilya, Kaldor said, comforting Allura. Kaldor's married to both of them now? Oh wait, that's new. That's new. I don't remember reading that in the last lore update. Oh my goodness, he's married to both? That's crazy. Aren't they sisters? I'm amazed. So is this particular medieval kingdom, is this a polygamous type of kingdom? It's okay to be married to multiple people at once? Especially since Kaldor is just the knight. It's actually the sisters who are the royalty. They are the descendants of the previous king. Oh, that's crazy. This is interesting. I thought the big mix-up before was that Kaldor was actually like cheating, but now he's actually married to both of them, so I wonder if they would still consider it cheating. Oh, this has some interesting lore implications. Upon arriving at Ironhelm, Ren made his way towards the manor. The effects of war had taken a toll on the people. Oh, so we're not even, we're skipping right there. We skipped all the travel. We are here. The effects of war had taken a toll on the people. The streets were empty, and those who were on the streets either begged for food or coin. It was revealed in the censor part he's married to Allura publicly, but he's married to both secretly. Huh, I wonder if as a royalty you can really be married secretly. You could have mistresses, you could have consorts. I wonder if it should be he's married to both secretly, because one, aren't they sisters? That would be, I don't know of many sisters who'd be willing to both be married to the same man. I wonder about that. Is he Mormon? Do you know one of the jokes in the Cryptid family when I was growing up? One of the jokes in the Cryptid family growing up was they were like, you know, like how you tell little kids that they can be anything they want. So Mom and Papa Cryptid would like look at me growing up, and they'd be like, "Baby Cryptid, you can be anything you want to be when you grow up. You could be an author, you could be a famous singer, you could be a blue VTuber on your screen." Not really, but you know what I mean. You could be anything you want, except for two things. And I was like, "Oh, what are?" Hold on, I had to be Baby Cryptid. I had to be small. Hold on. Here's my mouse. So I was like Baby Cryptid. I was all the way down here. I was like, "Oh, what two things can't I be?" And Mom and Papa Cryptid were like, "You can't be racist, and you can't be a Mormon." And I was like, "What's a Mormon?" And they were like, "Don't worry about it." And they were like, "Yeah, you can't be racist and you can't be Mormon. You can be anything else, though." And I was like, "Okay." In that taboo's kingdom, dear God. In that kingdom, it's taboo to have more than one wife. So yeah, I'm wondering if even legally then, if the second wife, if the second sister he's married to is even legally his wife, or if she's technically just a consort, a secret consort. My aunt puked all over Utah. My grandma told me she puked all over Mormon country. Oh no. But yeah, so funny thing with the Mormons is, yeah, Papa Cryptid were like, "You can be anything. Just don't be racist. Don't be a Mormon." What else is there? Hold on. Let's keep going. Cassian's blockade had cut off Ironhelm from trading with Frela, and Jistar. They were in dire need of help. Why ask for soldiers when there is a need for food? Ren asked himself. Halt! Mercenaries are to head to the garrison, the guard said. "I'm here on official orders from King Kaldor of Eldoria." I'm supposed to meet with Baron Clovis, Ren said, handing the man the letter. There should be a period here. Come with me, the guard said. My aunt, we're in Utah? Oh man, I actually kind of wish I had... I wonder if it's a toggle I could get. I kind of wish I had like the tongue tracking stuff. I go like, "Bah!" and actually will stick out her tongue. I think that would be such a fun toggle to have. But maybe that's just because I'm silly. Oh my goodness. Salt Lake is nice. TNF. Is that TBF? Like, oh, like, yeah, I was like, I know TBF, that's like to be fair. What's TNF? Salt Lake is nice? Okay. The worst part, OMG, Stolas' mastermind began playing on my YouTube when I sent that. Yeah, Mormon country, haha. It's getting really crazy. I think, some parts of Florida, very, very similar to that too. Some parts are definitely like that. More, again, it's the joke, the more north you go in Florida, the more south you are. So you're gonna see more of that in like the upper parts of Florida. You'll notice things like that. But I mean, like we were saying here, like there's a split thing of like Ren said, handing the man the letter. But generally it's like the dialogue and the dialogue. It's the guard says something, Ren says something, and then the guard says something. This could be broken up more with like what does the guard look like? What type of man is he? Does he look like he's starving? Does he have like really rugged clothing too? Does he look like he's seen battle? When the Ren handed the man the letter, did the man actually check it? Did he hand it back? Did he read or check the seal at all and like kind of huff and give it back? It was like, okay, come with me. What? We need some more little descriptions here, and that would help break up the dialogue. Oh, but here we go. The manor wasn't as grand in design, but it did heartily and homely, like the Great Hall in Black Rock. I think there might be a little missing word here. The guard brought Ren to a hall where Baron Clovis and his wife sat, while a guard in light armor paced back and forth. You're the emissary for Eldoria? How many men did he send with you? Baron Clovis easily asked. Floribama! You're banned. Banned. Something I had an idea for is one of the kings of Jastar has 6 wives and 10 concubines. He has 26 kids, and the story follows the 14th prince. Okay. So Jastar can have that. But again, if the culture of this place is that like you can't have multiple wives, they might just be like, oh no, that the second marriage isn't real. The second marriage is illegitimate. It's not a real marriage. So the second wife might just be the sister might just be like an illegitimate concubine or consort or something like that. It just depends. It might be like a slight like plot hole type thing. And then again too, really, do you want to share a husband with your sister? Oh, it's so... I'd find it very interesting if they actually... It seems like they're both okay with it, but I'm like... Someone want to tell Crypt Floribama is a real thing? I don't want to know. Nobody tell me shit. There are some things you can't unknow, and I don't want to know that in the first place. Outside of them 3, no one really knows what's going on. Yeah, but I think even those 3 would have an issue with it. I mean, being polygamous is like fine if that's what they want to do, right? I'm not like shaming that. I'm saying like that is your sister and your sister wife now. Your sister and sister wives. And that I'm telling you right now, there are some readers who are going to be like, wait, what's going on here? What's happening? This is a little bit unbelievable. I don't know. King Caldor can't be that great, I'm telling you. Are there any keys that you'd like to give, but don't, because you can't provide an answer to the problem? Okay, so that's kind of a two-part. So the first part, are there any critiques that I'd like to give but don't? All the time, right? Absolutely. And that's normally because of the limit, right? This is a live stream. This is a lot of people trusting me to be nice and fair and a good, welcoming place on a Twitch stream, right? So that's why it's normally limited to like one or two. For most new people. Now could I say more? Yeah, to anybody. Not to, I don't want to think I'm talking about that specifically. To anyone, I could normally do multiple critiques, right? And suggestions and point things out. Do I want to live on stream? No, that would seem too much, right? That seems too much in a public forum. So are there times where I could give more or would like to? Yeah, but I never want to overwhelm people. I have no desire to travel there. Second part is I can't provide an answer to the problem. No, I still give a critique. I might still just point out like, hey, I'm not quite sure what the solution is yet, but my brain is pointing this out. There is some issue here. There's some workaround. There's some plot hole. There's some weird, funny vibe, or maybe this isn't the way you intended to come across. I still flag it. Because that's an important thing for the author to know, like, hey, as there's something here that I might need to think about and fix. Normally, I can, after I think about it for a while, like if I was actually do a proper edit, you read an entire thing and then you sit on it and then you read the entire thing again and you think about it some more and you write all your edits and comments and suggestions for fixes, right? If I sit with it, yeah, I can absolutely offer a solution. Is that solution what the author wants to do? Not always. Sometimes the author wants to do a different thing, or they might just decide like, it's not that big of a deal. They might want to keep it anyways, and they don't want to fix it because they just don't care about it. That's fine. It's not my story. So, what was I saying? Fuck. Just know I changed Allura a lot from the early versions, but she was inspired by Cersei Lannister. I never read or watched the Game of Thrones, so I don't know the reference. But okay. I don't read or watch a lot of stuff that if I know there's like rapey content in it, it's just not good for my brain. What Raka? What's that a reference to? Never mind. Oh, was it about me never seeing Game of Thrones? Yeah, Mama and Papa Cryptid both watched it. Mama and Cryptid actually read all the books to it before it was even finished being done. I know that the series isn't done yet. I think we're still waiting on the author to finish the series. But she read all the books that were out before the series even finished. But she let me know, because we kind of know each other's reading preferences, she let me know, like, hey, there's some, like, rapey stuff in here. And for my own background and mental health stuff, I don't read a lot of stuff that has, like, rapey stuff in it. That's just a thing for my mental health. And, you know, that's fine, right? Because it's just for funsies. You're watching shows and cartoons and stuff for funsies. And if something's not funsies for you, then you don't have to consume that media. It's all good. I never do the thing of like, oh, you guys shouldn't watch Game of Thrones because it has bad stuff happening. Like, dudes, my stuff has murder in it. Like, you can have whatever you want in your media. It doesn't matter as long as you enjoy it. Just know in Game of Thrones she is a Sweet Home Alabama character. Well, okay. But just know then that readers who are looking at these characters then are going to be like, oh, these are like weirdo incest characters. That's gonna be a thing. They might even look badly on those characters because of it. I'm not sure if that's what you want your readers to take away from those characters. I'm just giving you that heads up. There's no one. But yeah, so what's so funny? I was actually one of the few people in the world who did not watch or read anything Game of Thrones. Isn't that funny? Where was I? Fuck. How many men did he send with you? Baron Clovis eagerly asked. I volunteered to come alone, my lord. I'm King Caldor's nephew, Rendalis Calvain, and I'm a Grim Warden of the Gale clan, Ren said, holding up his medallion. Isn't he Rendalis Calvain the second or third? Alone! We need troops, and he sends a Grim Warden, the girl said. Excuse my daughter Eliza's bluntness, but she has a point. We need men to win this war, not a young Grim Warden looking to prove himself, Baron Clovis said. I'm concerned. Oh, I don't know what you're concerned about. I want to run something by you before I proceed with it, if that's okay. Sure, you can. I don't know what you need my permission for. I'm just a little blue person on your screen. You have free will and everything in the real world. Luna, tuna fish, be nice to your babies. You guys were sleeping so peacefully earlier. Yeah. You're silly. Baba, leave your mama alone. She brought you into this world. She can take you out. He's the second, but he doesn't really call himself that. Okay, okay. I can assure you and your daughter I'm worth more than 100 men in battle. If I may speak out of turn, my lord? I wonder if that's correct. You may, Clovis said. Why ask for troops when the blockade has been blocking any shipments of food and supplies? Ren asked. I worry that I'm giving too much away about my character. Oh, hey, wait, there's a hydrate. Okay, wait, let me take a sippy. Here's your sippy. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm describing her room, and she has a sunflower dress that she made years ago, put on display. I have spent 3 paragraphs explaining the sentiment, and I'm wondering if that's too much. Well, I can't quite tell exactly without having read it. So if you want that to be a focus when I read your piece in a stream, then you can absolutely do it. Some people do ask specifically for me to focus on specific things. They'll be like, hey, here's my story. I want to specifically ask you about how the characters come across and if the logic happening here makes sense, if this sounds believable. Or is the pacing right? Does the scene have a good hook? Is it a strong opener? Does it capture your attention? Things like that. They ask me specific things. I will try to remember when you eventually get to mine. Yeah. Sippy, sippers? I thought it said slippers for a second. But yeah, so you can ask me that when I get to yours. And 2, my gut feeling is like, 3 paragraphs just explaining the feeling, the sentiment of it. If all you're doing is saying the sentiment, if it's not like a backstory or a flashback or something else about it, it seems a little bit much right off the top of my head. But it could actually work fine in text, right? I'm not quite sure yet. So yeah, when I read it, I'll actually be able to actually give you feedback on it. My caution is just don't make it too flowery. Yeah, purple prose, we always want to try and avoid purple prose. But even I can't give that fully without seeing it. Yep. So yeah, that'll just be something we can look at when we actually read yours and critique it. Don't spend 5 pages explaining the color blue. It gives info that goes into her character and shows her relationship with her mother. Well, we'll see. We'll see when we get there. It'll be a cool thing to look at. Where was I? Oh, we don't have any shipments of food and supplies, Ren asked. Indeed, our food supply is beginning to dwindle, but Cassian is leading his troops on land. If we can capture or kill him, the war is over. This is a risk that I am taking to ensure peace for my people. The war's over. So we don't need one cocky Grimwarden. Ironhelm has seen its fair share of them already, Eliza said. The Moorwitch clan? They are not skilled fighters. Their pen is stronger than their sword. My dear Baroness, if you wish to test my skills, I'm more than happy to oblige you to a duel. Wait, what? So we don't need one cocky Grimwarden. Ironhelm, which is the place they're at, has seen its fair share of them already. The Moorwitch clan. Why is Ren suddenly bringing up the Moorwitch clan? Like, okay, so has it been through her childhood? Like, you're scared about giving away info. You want to hide, or are you worried that whoever is reading it will not like your story because it's too long, or some other issue? I'm not even sure. I think when we actually read it, it's hard to diagnose just in the chat right now without reading it. I think when we actually read the piece, we'll be able to tell more. They are the clan in that region. Okay. But that wasn't quite explained here. It just goes from dialogue to dialogue again, so that could be a good little explanation here between these two lines of dialogue, right? Because I was like, what? Who's this clan? What's being brought up here? So Ren said, smirking. The Baroness giggled. Is she a Baroness? Because, so Baron Clovis and his wife sat. So it's Baron Clovis, and then I'm guessing his wife is the Baroness. This is something I genuinely don't know. This is a question. When you have a Baron and then the wife is the Baroness, is the child, is the daughter, also already a Baroness, which is the same title as her mother, her living mother. The mother's still alive. Or do they not get that title until the mom passes? They run one of the biggest libraries in the world. Okay. Yeah, again, that's just info you're telling me here. That would be really helpful info here, in between these two lines of dialogue. Because I was like, what? Who is this? I feel like it's giving away too much of their character because it delves into her thought process, sentiments, family relations, and personality traits. Sure, I have other characters like her boss, Miss Dooley, and her roommate Marlin, but she's the main focus. Also, I'm trying to write her with no trauma, so it's a challenge. I'm trying to write her with no trauma? That's interesting. 2, my first thing, are you doing a lot of telling instead of showing? Like, are you just like telling the readers like, oh, her relationship with her mother was great, this and that. She was a really nice person. The dress felt so symbolic to her. Like, are you just telling the readers about her personality and about her thought process rather than showing it over the course of the story? That's my initial question here. But again, I think if we just keep going back and forth in the chat like this, we're diagnosing something we can't actually see. Yeah, and I could be wrong. You could be like, it's the most like cool badass backstory thing ever, and you show the readers perfectly it without telling. It's just hard to tell with here. Have an amazing stream, friend. Oh, thank you so much, and hey, have a wonderful night. I hope you get some. Hope you're warm and comfy and cozy, and you have a nice beverage later. Sorry for being an idiot or pestering you. Well, first of all, PP, I hope you don't call yourself an idiot all the time. I think even in the Discord, right? You were calling yourself names too after our discussion about some story plot stuff, and I was like, oh, I hope PP's nicer to himself than that. So 1, I don't think you're an idiot at all. I think you're just asking questions and feedback. Lord knows I do the same thing too. I'm asking what stuff right now on stream. The Google search I did said so, but it could be wrong. I only read the top page. Okay. So that, I don't know any better to tell you, but that would be something that I suggest maybe doing more research on, because in my head it seems a little bit confusing that the daughter's a Baroness, and presumably the mom's also a Baroness. It seems she's the blah 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 blah, the heir of Ironhelm. You're not an idiot, you're curious though. That's a much better way of saying it, Sir Chatty Batty. Thank you. Oh my goodness. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry, but you sound exactly like your grandmother. Oh, how does this girl know his grandmother? You may look and stand like your uncle, but you've definitely got her personality, Belisandra said. Oh, is this Belisandra now? So the daughter's Eliza. Belisandra is the wife, is the Baroness. You knew her, Ren said? My father and your grandmother grew up together in Avalon, Belisandra said. So, my father and your grandmother. Wait. The wife. Okay. I live by there are no stupid questions, only stupid answers. You were never stupid for being curious. To be fair, I've worked in customer service enough that I'm like, There are kind of stupid questions, though. Maybe not stupid questions. There are inappropriate questions. I've definitely faced that. I faced a lot of inappropriate questions working customer service. A more nightshade? Is that how you say it? A more nightshade? Hello, hello, Raiders. Welcome on in. My man, hello. It's good to see you guys. If my tracking model will work, please, there are Raiders. Let my tracking work. Welcome on in. Did you guys have a good stream? Yes, chatting about exactly stuff like that. Where I'm like, that's kind of, it's not a stupid question, I guess, but it's an inappropriate one. Hello, Raiders. Did you guys have a wonderful stream? What were you guys doing? For this stream, we're actually reading some stuff by our users here in chat, and then I give feedback and critique while I read it. Hello, how is everyone? I think we're all doing good. We're having a little bit of a spooky Friday the 13th stream. So earlier we read a spooky story, we have some spooky lo-fi music playing, but otherwise we're actually a really calm and cozy place of the internet. So if that's your vibe, welcome on in. Let's see. Oh my, there's an earlier question from Galactic Honey. Let's see what Honey was saying. It's a lot of implied, but it feels more explicit because it started with her talking about her old major in fashion back in college. Then shifting to her dress that she made for her mother. Okay. The reason the dress was sunflower themed was because her mother told her a story of romance to teach her to look more into the true reason someone acts the way they do. So yeah, I think we actually have to read the story later to actually be able to give you feedback. I think you're asking for a lot of feedback and diagnosis now, but we haven't actually read it yet. And that makes it a little tricky. Smashed to slashed Me Too Miles and the pickup lines. Hello, Mothman. Yes. And he has a license to kill on Friday the 13th. Also, is the rest of the year, are we safe? The only day to use the reverse Uno card. Anyway, in my opinion, if the issue is about the audience, you shouldn't be considering them at all. Because pandering is bad. Oh, children, be nice. In my opinion, telling your story is infinitely more important than telling the audience the story. That's a good perspective. My fault, I'm very antsy about stuff. My friends don't have access to the doc to give feedback. Hey, I don't want you to be antsy about stuff. We'll all give feedback as soon as we get to it. It's all good. You forgot to wear your Friday the 13th shirt? What? What are you doing? Oh my goodness. So let's see here. We have Felisandra, who is the current Baroness. She's older than Ren because they have a daughter Ren's age. So my father and your grandmother, Ren's mother's mother, grew up together in Avalon, Felisandra said. So here, that's almost placing her similar to Ren's age, right? I'm a little intrigued by the timeline here of how old Felisandra is. If you're all we are getting, then Eliza. If you're all we are getting, then Eliza will determine where you will fight. She is in charge now due to my wound, Clovis said, placing his hand on his bandaged knee. Story time! It is story time! The gallows are ready. Oh my goodness, what are my raccoons getting up to? It's my favorite horror franchise, and I have like 4 Friday the 13th shirts. And you didn't wear any of them? You have 4 shirts and you didn't wear any? But yes, everyone, we're doing story time. I'm wondering why Eliza's now in charge. Even though he has a bandaged knee. He took an arrow to the knee. Is that what the reference is? That's funny. But even still injured, he could still be in charge. But my brain is having a stroke trying to process something? What are you trying to process? Good, I will duel you, Grim Warden, in the training yard, Eliza said. First to 3 hits. Okay, I'm feeling generous today, Commander. I'll let you get the first hit, Ren said, dropping the wooden sword. I need your generosity. Pick up the damn sword, Grim Warden, Eliza said. My name is Ren. You can use it, Ren said. So yeah, we see we're having a lot of the back and forth dialogue again. That's where it gets a little bit wonky. What I said is the case you're struggling with a synergy with characters and the plot. Maybe check on your outline and work through that. Well, let's see what PP said earlier. So you feel like the character is more talking about the talking points and less so doing about their talking points. Yeah, so are we having the character just talking about their feelings and their emotions and explaining stuff? Or are we actually like having action happen in the plot? Are we actually seeing and seeing the character act and do stuff? I think that's what PP's trying to say, or trying to ask. Eliza rushed Ren, trying to bait him into attacking. Ren stood there smiling as she hit him with the sword. Actually try, you fucker, she yelled. Fucker, it's a step up from Grim Warden, Ren said snarkily. I'm not sure how much I like Ren's snark sometimes. Maybe it's just my age, right? He's just 18. I know he's just graduated as a Grim Warden, but he's still a very new Grim Warden. And he is very snarky and better than thou to everyone. And it's that balancing act. He is better than the average person because he is a Grim Warden. But if he was to fight a more experienced Grim Warden or some of the other experienced fighters, right, he could still get his ass handed to him. So that's why I'm kind of like, he's a little snarky. But maybe that comes with being an 18-year-old boy. I'm not sure. Liza is very tomboyish and took more towards swordsmanship, so she is commander in the army. I think that's then a question, right? Is it just your fighting ability that makes you be a commander? Or do you need more strategy? Do you need more awareness of supply routes, trading, how to actually organize large groups of people more experienced and stronger than you? There's some leadership and knowledge roles that come into being a commander, right? So I'm wondering, like, I wonder why Eliza's the commander. Because she could be a fighter. She could even be in charge of her own section if she's a stronger fighter than the rest of the people in her section. But technically, I think her father would, since he's older, might have more experience, like, commanding from the back lines. Eliza took a back swing at Ren as the words left his mouth. He shifted his feet and rolled to the left, dodging her attack. He quickly tapped her on the butt with the sword. Wait. So he dropped the wooden sword. That's one, he said with a smirk on his face. So I think here we needed that description of he actually picked up the sword. Because he dropped it and now suddenly he's tapping her on the butt with the sword. Clovis is 54, Felisandra is 46. Okay, let's see here. I'm doing the numbers. I had to do math. So 46 minus 19. Is 27. That's reasonable. So you had her at 27. That's fine. And let's see. So Felisandra, what did it say earlier? This is part of the thing with the developmental editor. Every time you mention ages or characters so that they know each other, sometimes we'll keep a map of their ages and how they're connected to each other to make sure it all logically makes sense. So when I'm asking what about the ages and how do they know each other, things like that, that's not me actually critiquing. That's me clarifying to double check that everything's good. Because if something's like a little mishap or the numbers don't add up, then I can point that out, and then that would be a critique for something to be fixed. See, I have an issue where I just write what goes through my brain and it turns into stuff on the paper. That's fine. That's not an issue. That's just how your brain works. I don't know why you're saying that's an issue. I don't typically make outlines, plot lines, or other stuff. That's fine. It just means you're a pantser rather than a plotter. That's fine. There are plenty of people when you're a pantser, you normally make the outline afterwards. I think that's what Kami PP is saying, that you might now need to make an outline now that you've written the stuff. I create a vague concept of the story and let my writing take the lead. If I make the entire story, then I lose motivation because I already know everything that happens. If I write as I think, then I maintain interest and ruin it for myself. Could you have to read that? Well, it's too late. Oh, that's so funny. But no, it's not an issue at all. That plenty of writers do work that way. You'll see the term of like a plotter versus a pantser, whether or not you outline first or you just go by the seat of your pants. Don't ruin it for yourself. Yeah. So, but what PP's saying, every writer will eventually get an outline, regardless of if you do the outline first or after your story is done. Because sometimes you can't tell a pacing issue or a plotting issue until you get that outline. So in your case, you write it all seat of your pants. You write it all as you go. When you're done, you'll then read back everything and you'll write out an outline. You'll break all the scenes down, scene by scene, chapter by chapter, whatever you're working on. And that way you can then have a quick little map of everything that happens. And you can look at and you'll be like, oh wow, I mentioned this character in chapter 1. That seemed really important. She got a lot of stuff. And then I never mentioned that character again until chapter 46, near the end. Maybe that character can be cut. I don't know how you guys do that. You scare me. Normally they have a lot of plot holes to fix at the end. And that's not a bad thing. It's just one of the drawbacks of that style. Normally the benefit of that style is you don't get too caught up in Plottopia forever, where you just keep rewriting your outline over and over and over again. And then what they were saying, you lose motivation. You get too worked up on the outline to actually write. Yeah, I'm definitely a pantser. So there are drawbacks for both. It's just recognizing what style you naturally do. So Galactic Honey, you said it yourself. It's not an issue. You just naturally are a pantser compared to a plotter. But you should still now have a plot outline. Now you need to go over what you pantsed out, and now you need to grid it all out. Now you need to write the outline. And then you can see and look at stuff and be like, oh, there's an issue here. There's a plot hole here. This all went super, super fast, and then this all went way too slow, right? Now you can look at your outline and see things a bit more clearly, even if your outline comes second. That's fine. So wait, hold on. I was talking about with what for ages earlier. So Felisandra is 46. So let's say her parents had her father had her in his 20s. So she is 46, 50, 60. So let's say Felisandra's father is 66. In which case, so Felisandra's father knew... Crap, I went too far ahead. My father and your grandmother grew up together in Avalon, and Ren's mother is, let's see here, you said it earlier. I'm scrolling through chat real quick. What were the ages? I should have made a note on a piece of paper. Alabama. Oops, I'm feeling the censored part. Let's see. Alora is 39. Ilya is 37. Okay, I believe that one is Ren's mom. So Ilya is 37. 30, 40, 50. Okay, so 57 and 66. Those, okay, yeah, they could have hung out around the same time. It's roughly like a 10-year gap between them, but that's not unheard of. They could still have been in the same place and known of each other. That's fine. That makes sense. That checks out. Let me scroll back in chat. I'm sorry if I missed anyone's chat. What? You're definitely a pantser? I tie everything in some way. For example, the acquaintances the main character meets will show up at her funeral in the final chapter. Okay. But yeah, what I'm saying is, yeah, so you can notice stuff like that when you have your plot outline at the end. I'm not saying you have to make a plot outline first. I'm just saying now that everything's done, go ahead and make a plot outline. My outline was even worked on until, like, I finished half the plot was halfway throughout. Oh no, your left earbud died. It's okay, I was double checking ages. I was looking back on Felisandra's ages and stuff, and they all checked out. That's one he said with a smirk on his face. It angered her. She's evaluating his strength for this war, and he's enjoying himself. So he switched tenses a little bit here. And it goes from past to present. Eliza switched her grip on the sword and changed her stance to attack Ren. Wen's smirk grew wider into an egregious smile. He swung his sword as hard and fast as he could. Eliza slightly turned her sword to deflect the attack. The moment from the swing caused him to end up to the right of her, standing in Eliza's blind spot. I apparently am so baby to writing that I didn't know that there was a name for what I do. Yeah, so there's plotters and pantsers. And that's all the way back from, like, even before NaNoWriMo was a big thing, but it got popularized from NaNoWriMo. So yeah, it's not an issue at all. Lots of writers do that. I'd say half writers are pantsers, half are plotters. It's just whatever works for you. Funny enough, my plot outline isn't even caught up to where I am in the story. When or if you do make that outline, I'd say that the info should have its own dedicated moments where certain characters can do what the important nuances of, like, the dress or something. And so I think But yeah, I think what you're trying to say is there should be not just characters sitting around and thinking. You're saying that there should be, like, actual actions and movement of the characters. I think that's what you're saying, right? There should actually be action and the characters doing stuff in the story. I don't know what stuff you have going on. Sorry. Yeah, I don't either. We're talking so much about something we haven't read yet. Normally we don't do that. Normally I advise against that. So I think that's what I'm going to say here. Like, I don't think we can really give you critique until we actually read the story. Let's go ahead and finish up What, because poor What 16 has been super patient. Ren gently tapped the tip of the sword on top of her head. That's 2, before sidestepping her backswing and pressing the sword into her back. That's number 3, Baroness. So see, she's called Baroness here. That's a little confusing. This is no time for games, Grim Warden. We are fighting a losing war, Eliza said, frustrated. Ren's smile faded and his face stiffened. If I ever fought you seriously, I would have hurt you severely. I'm stronger and faster than most humans. Hell, even most wardens. I don't know if it's even been mentioned here. He hasn't really, since becoming an official warden and taking that potion, he hasn't really fought with most other wardens yet. Even a wooden sword can be deadly in my hands, so Baroness, I hold back for the sake of others. I trained for years with 2 wardens who didn't give a shit about fairness. So trust me when I say this, be glad that I'm fighting for Iron Helm. The reality of his words shook her tremendously. Well then, Grim Warden will leave for the front lines in an hour. So yeah, I can already see, like, remember how I was talking, like, there are specific scenes where I notice your pacing has improved? In this particular case, right from here to here, your pacing has tremendously improved. This is now multiple paragraphs of the fight scene. We're having dialogue, but the dialogue's being broken up with them actually taking actions, with them sparring back and forth with each other. I would say Ren's section here, he goes on a bit of a paragraph of dialogue. This can be broken up a bit, but overall this has improved so much compared to earlier stuff. I'm noticing pacing in particular spots like here where it's definitely improved. Some of those earlier scenes in the beginning part of this, we're still running into that same trouble where there's just dialogue back and forth and nothing splitting it up. It was necessary though because the people she meets at the cafe are read like a book with large text font and pictures. Sergey. Yeah. Hi, Sergey. So yeah, but I definitely, in this later half, you were talking about how there's another fight scene. This fight scene, I've noticed tremendous improvement. You have definitely tremendously improved compared to the first chapters you submitted here. This is fantastic. You finish this before you finish the crime drama. But if you aren't going, and again, it's hard to offer. I don't really want you to get stuck in editing hell before this is even finished, right? I think you're kind of submitting chapters as we finish. You have the next, looks like chapter 6 up ahead, but I know this isn't a finished thing. I don't really want people to edit too much until the work is actually finished. It's hard to offer edits before the work is finished. So this is just stuff to take in mind as you're writing the next chapters. Definitely as you're doing dialogue, feel free. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, and hey, welcome to Cryptid Club. I hope you enjoy it here. But I definitely recommend highlighting everything of dialogue, and then you can see when it's too back and forth. And then you know, oh, hey, wait, I had to put like some actions, I had to break it up. I had to put some things here. Hello, good evening, Panda. It's good to see you. Welcome to Cryptid Cult. Here, I'm actually reading some of my little raccoons in chat, their work, and then I offer feedback and critique for them. Still haven't edited chapter 3 with the forest ambush. I've just been writing. Yeah, and I definitely, the main advice you obviously is normally you don't get edits at all until you're finished with the whole piece. Like, the story is done. So in that case, like, don't worry about going back and editing too much. Most of these things I'm just telling you to keep in mind as you continue. So normally you finish the whole thing, and then we can do the critiques, and we can arrange some stuff. We can delete chapters that aren't necessary, or characters that aren't necessary. We can add more characters if needed, you know, whatever the solution is. So when I'm talking about like the sentence level structure stuff here, it's just to keep in mind for your next chapter. So that when I'm saying here, like, oh, highlight everything, and then you'll be able to see when you get too caught up and you get back and forth dialogue rather than the actual prose and the descriptions, then you're like, oh, okay, now you can fix it for, you have chapter 6 now, so chapter 7 and forward. That'll be a good tip for you. So I give you mostly feedback knowing you're still working on it. I can't really give you much details or feedback on plot holes or plot issues or what scenes to delete or expand and stuff until the whole thing's done, right? Because we just don't know what the whole story is. But otherwise, I'm definitely noticing improvement in your quality as a writer. This later fight scene compared to your earlier fight scenes, huge improvement. I'm so happy to see it. I hope you're proud of yourself for being able to do this. And I'm looking forward to reading more of your chapters in the future. But yeah, it's normally, I'm noticing the improvement in the pacing, but we still have those sections where pacing's a bit of a problem. And we have the feedback on how to improve it in the future for chapter 7, of like highlighting the dialogue, that way you can pad it out with descriptions. And what's the second critique? First critique was the pacing. Honey mentioned like the said, but again, I think once you pad it out with descriptions between the dialogue, then that blurs into the background, you won't notice it as much. And then I would say, like, since we are in that fantasy kingdom, that this and that, really, and it might be something we can do once the story is done, but keep in mind, like, does the kingdom, does the hierarchy, does the monarchy make sense? Does all the technical rulerships here make sense? We have the two girls, the two sisters who are descendants of the king, but it's the random knight who's elevated to king. He's married to both sisters, even though that's like a little bit incestuous. Both sisters are totally fine with it, I guess, even though the kingdom doesn't legalize a polygamous marriage. It's the other kingdoms that do. The Iron Helm, I guess, has two baronesses. Both the wife of the baron and the daughter of the baron are both baronesses. I'm not sure if that's how it would actually work out. So just double check. How do you, and you don't have to follow our reality, but whatever rules you decide for this fantasy kingdom, make sure it makes sense for it. So anyone up next? Because I was going to ask, could you check out the lore page real quick? Oh gee, let's see here, let's see. First, let me go ahead. This is what I can go ahead and delete this. It was Loki, Lornex, but I think they went to bed. Let's see here. How long is the lore page? Let's see here. This looks. What part has been updated? What part am I looking at? That's interesting. What part's interesting? Was it something I said? Probably not. I don't do a lot of interesting things. I just made a subtab for characters and world. Okay, let me see over here. Characters and world. Okay, what part am I looking at? What part do you want me to look at real quick? Is it the world? Oh no, this part's not ready yet. Oh no, is it just the tabs? Characters. Okay, it just shows me this little page here. I actually have to. I can go to each individual one. Okay. Yeah, if I look at mouse keys work. If I click on the subtabs, please mouse work. But if I just click on characters, it's just this, but I had to click on which one. So what characters are you wanting me to read here? That's 3, 4, 1, and then 1, because this is a lot of character. What am I looking at? Question, Cryptid. Question: do you think that editors can provide more meaningful advice on world building than any other non-editor schmuck? Well, one, it depends, because you can have a really shitty editor, and you can have like a really smart average Joe schmuck who happens to be your friend and who will offer to read your advice, right? So in that case, if you're talking about qualifiers, like, no, there's bad editors out there, and then there's some really great friends who are naturally talented at helping you do stuff, like this, at reading and writing and breaking down things. So I don't know any world building books for how to world build right. I don't know, so at that level, for world building, it would be more specifically developmental edit, right? Because a line editor is just going to help you line by line for your word, and a copy editor is just going to help you for grammar. So that would be more of a developmental editor. But even then, it's like they more often work with plot outlines rather than technically world building. So I'm not quite sure if a editor is the 100% right fit for that. It could certainly, if there's issues with your world building, a developmental editor could point it out and ask you questions and help you like find out plot holes and stuff to fix it. But to actually like help you world build, I'm not sure if an editor is at that level yet. That might be, is that like a writing coach or something? Are there like writing coaches for world building? Stuff like that. I'm not even sure if a writing coach is the right word. I don't know too much about writing coaches. I never really looked into it too much. But my opinion, I'd say that is totally up to the writer. That's totally up to the writer. Using a... Did I get lost? Did I miss something? You said I don't know any world building books for how to world build right. World building, you say it's totally up to the writer? Yeah, it's whatever world you want to do. I think an editor, once you write the story, could just point out if there's plot holes with your world and see if there's like stuff you need to fix or like zhuzh up a bit to make it make more sense. But yeah, how you build your world is... Sergey might just be a bot. I don't think they said anything else, right? Yeah, they're just saying yes. It might be a bot. I don't know. He agrees with me. Hold on, hold on. That he fucked with me. Oh no. Their account's been here since 2017. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. I just put him in timeout just to see if they're really a bot or not. For me, I just go off how I imagine the world to be, what are the rules, who's who, and what makes your world thrive. Yeah, and then that's normally why I'm pointing stuff out, because sometimes that's the developmental. We're pointing out plot holes, we're asking, like, does this make sense? We're asking, what is the logic behind this? Because you said you're a pantser, right? The pantser, you're just writing things down, you're going with the flow. And then that developmental editor comes in and is like, okay, now that you rolled with the flow, now we need to tidy up the streets a little bit. Now we need to make everything make sense. So it just depends. I think the first thing is sometimes you don't even need too much world building with your story. You know what I mean? So I guess if you have, can you just use generic fantasy rules because, like the specific world building isn't plot pivotal. You're just working with, like, you know, generic, like, Lord of the Rings type fantasy world. You know, what do you actually need? Because sometimes people get caught up so much in world building that it actually detracts from the plot. They overthink it. What is the story actually about? Because sometimes you don't actually need to think of all that stuff, because the world your characters will never encounter all that world building. If you do want to world build, right? If you want to, like, no, I'm gonna make this entirely new, epic, big fancy thing no one's ever thought of before. There are, you just hit 1,700 words? That's awesome! Good job, Galactic Honey. Huge congrats. What a huge milestone. But yeah, normally there's a lot of forums, a lot of Reddit posts, a lot of stuff like that of world builders. There's people who actually like just world building. They don't even like doing stories or plot. They just love the actual fun of world building. What was I saying? What, are you still in chat? What? Okay, you said it. You said earlier. You wanted me to check the royals. I missed it. I'm sorry. I didn't see it in chat. Get rid of this pop-up. I'm making a textbook for my world building that is a recipe book for fictional egg dishes. That's really in depth, huh? That's kind of like Lord of the Rings, making up your own language to then translate. That's a lot. For the prologue and most of chapter 1 is still being worked on. And this recipe book for fictional egg dishes, it touches on all my world building. Hey, that's super fun. That's a fun little thing. Let's check in royals real quick, because what was asking about this. So, double asterisk is married into royalty. B stands for bastard. Single asterisk means unmarried. FP is the Forgotten Prince. Oh, and then we're having stuff with timeline. The Forgotten Prince, the sequel, and then the 17th War. Oh, okay. Phew, wait, I gotta. How well am I gonna understand this? Okay, wait, I gotta think. I had to put on my thinking cap. Hold on, I'm gonna take a deep breath, and my single brain cell is gonna rattle around in my blue skull. Okay. Okay. I have my brain cell. I've collected it. I'm channeling its power. Yeah, see, and then I will force my audience to read it for homework in order to actually get my other books. I'm not quite sure how well that's gonna work for you, PP, but if that's what you want to do, then full props to you. It will definitely be a very interesting, very interesting way of engaging with your audience into the rest of your books. You don't see the vision. Yeah, I might not, and that's one of the things too. You can tell an editor, oh no, I disagree with you, you're not seeing the vision. So if that is your vision and you believe in it, and that's right, and you'll blow up, and you'll be the most famous author ever who started a book series off of a fictional cookbook, then huge props to you, and I hope you prove me wrong, and you become the most famous PP in the world. That could absolutely happen. The bungee approach can be good with the right audience. Is that the actual name for this type of thing? The bungee approach? Oh, I didn't know. Men who marry into another royal family keep their last name, and all children born from the marriage carry the last name of the wife. Okay, so in that case, yeah, it's kind of a matriarchal monarchy, right? The children get the last name of the wife, so it's more matriarchal in that sense. The men keep their last name, but the kids get the mom's name. Okay. So with Eldoria, we have King Caldor Wainridge. He's 40. He has no magic. He was the eldest son of the Wainridge family, so he has siblings. If someone can make a 10-hour video about Destiny lore, you can most definitely pull that off, PP. We believe in you, PP. Go show us how it's done. Go get this cookbook famous. We want to see how it's done. And then if you ever blow up and you're famous, then I can interview you and I can be like, tell us the secret for how you managed to market this fictional egg recipe cookbook to launch the rest of your book series. And you'll be able to tell us all about how amazing you are in an official Cryptid interview. I'll make a license to read my other books? A 10-hour exam? Oh no. Yeah, PP, you do this. You get back to us. How it's gonna go. So let's see. Due to his father's position as Ulrich's friend and his feats in battle, Caldor was betrothed to Alora, eldest daughter of the king. Kills his brother in the heat of battle to ensure that Elia's pregnancy won't be questioned. Oh, so he actually kills his brother. Marries Ilia in secret as he is in love with her as well. Might as well hide then. Hide from what? Oh my, there's a cat by my foot. Please don't hurt me, please don't hurt me, please don't hurt me. Which cat is it? Is it a nice cat? Okay, yeah, it's just Ghost. It's just Ghost the cat. He was just walking by. Oh my god. Sometimes if it's a Luna tuna fish, she might be feeling spicy, so then you always had to kinda gotta be worried about your toes. And then a lot of my revenue would be from the price to take the... So you had to pay a fee to take the exam. It's not even a free exam. And it's a 10-hour exam. Is there bathroom breaks? Is there bathroom breaks during the exam? Are they allowed to get up and go to the bathroom? Or is it an automatic failure if they get up? Money moves. Oh no. Yeah, see, you're big brain. You're thinking big. Breaks is a different edition? It cost more. Oh dear. Okay, let's see here. Marries Ilian's secret as he is in love with her as well. Queen Alora Calvain, eldest daughter of King Elric, married to Caldor, becomes queen a few months before King Elric dies. Different editions too, oh my goodness. She is the mind of the kingdom of Eldoria. She's the mind? She is the... Do you mean like she's the brains between the two? She's the mind? I'm not quite sure what that means. Lore Plus is a subscription to get author notes. It is her plan to kill Talon and to hide the baby as his. She gave her blessing for Caldor to marry Ilia as well. Okay, yes, she's the brains between. That's what it means. Okay, so she is the brains behind the throne. To kill Talon and to hide the baby as his. So in that case, it's her plan to hide the baby and pretend the baby's Talon's instead of Caldor's. Then she knew Caldor was a cheating hoe. She knew he was a cheating hoe. Okay. Princess Ilia Youngest child of King Elric. When she is betrothed to Talon, she sleeps with Caldor and becomes pregnant with his child. Then they kill Talon. She marries Caldor in secret. Okay. Did Ilya think she was having an affair? Or did she knew that Allura was okay with it? It's still weird. It's still weird for both sisters to sleep with the same guy. It's weird. They're sisters and they're sister wives. I'm not sure if I like it. And that's just a person that's not me as an editor saying don't do it. That's just me as a reader being like, oh, I don't like it. Prince Vandalis, Calvain II, who is our main character, Ren. Eldest grandson of King Elric and is Prince of Eldoria, who was sent away to become a warden. We still don't know why. We get brought up about it being weird. Okay. Princess Alice is 19. Wait. Eldest child of Queen Allura. The circumstances regarding her parentage draws a deep wedge between her and her mother. Wait. So she's older? She's older than Ren? Hi, Echoes. Welcome on in. It's brought up about it being weird. Oh, wait, no. This says S. This says S, which is the sequel. This is the sequel. She isn't born yet. Okay. So this is the sequel. We have other people in the sequel. I'm gonna skip by that now because we're not at the sequel yet. You're so cozy right now because I have my pillows, my dinosaur plush. Hi, Ghost. My heating pad. Oh, that sounds nice. My weighted blanket. But my Chromebook that I'm watching this on is at 16%. Oh, no. So this is... Now we're back here. So we're on Ironhelm. Baron Clovis, due to his valiant battle, the King of Avalon gave Ironhelm its independence as long as he married his great niece. King of Avalon, as long as he married his great niece. So he and his, I'm not quite sure who married who here. It's fine as long as you understand, because this is author notes. This isn't notes for Cryptid. That's fine. The chargers across the room. Is there anyone you can yell at, like a younger sibling, to go get your charger for you? That's what I do. I yell at Roots. I'm like, Roots, come get this thing for me. Even though they're further away. Okay, Clovis had to marry the king's great niece. No, you're the youngest. Oh, I'm so sorry. Fairness for Lysandra. Great niece to the old king of Avalon. Older cousin to the current King Dorian of Avalon. Okay, so we're not in King Dorian yet. So Eliza is only child of Prince of College Army during the Ironhelm War, and she's gonna end up with Ren. Avalon. This is all forgotten prince. I'm wondering if reading the notes here, if I'm just getting more confused. I'm not sure which. Author notes are more for the author to understand, so it's fine that I don't understand it. You can leave annotations on Google Docs. Yeah, but I'm not annotating these. This is just what readers submit, and then I just tell you guys what I think. When I'm like fully editing, which I'll be doing with Chatty Maddie soon off stream, then that's what I do, right? You leave little annotation, you leave comments off on the side. But this is just us talking. We're just chatting. We're just having a little critique circle, right? That's all. Yeah. So Sergey, I think you're a lot. Plus the other people in the house, one just had knee surgery and the other had an accident that messed up their knee. They both have messed up knees? Jeez. What are we working on? Right now, we just finished reading what's chapter... I forget, 5 or 6 of their story. They wanted me to quickly check this. I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to be checking. Is there anything in particular? Yeah, chapter 5. Is there anything you actually want me to look at and comment on? What? Because right now I'm just reading a lot, and a lot of the characters we haven't even seen yet, so it's almost more confusing me as a reader. You're hearing a lot of info about characters that we don't know yet as a reader. So I'm wondering if there wasn't any questions or something you wanted me to look at in particular, I might leave it for now, because I don't want to confuse myself and be bringing in context that as a reader I shouldn't know yet. So let's see here. But all this is planned for Forgotten Prince. Okay. Conquer the Vampirian Isles through a cousin. Needs to be the rightful Baron of Ironhelm. Y'all Cassian, okay. We did have questions about the ages of certain... Yeah, but you already told me them. You already told me them. Why am I double checking them? I was just making sure it made sense that certain characters grew up together. You said you wanted me to look at this. Wait. People be proud I just got up from the cozy spot and got the charger. Huge win for Galactic Honey. They did the impossible. They did stuff that no other brave person could ever do. Lord knows I could never do it. I'm just a lazy ass. I don't know. King Cow says I knew you could do it. It's midnight. Brain went kaput. Oh, okay. I was like waiting here like, what want me to look at? Okay, so for now, I'm gonna leave this alone. That way I don't get too confused. Everyone, we're back at the Weave screen. All hail the Weave screen. I thought it would be cute. I don't know if you guys even noticed, but cause it's been a while. I actually left some updates. I thought I would leave little updates within the Weave screen, since you guys like looking at it sometimes. So in this case, yeah, I'm working on the 7th edit, the 7th version of the Three Little Witches story. Can you guys believe it? It's gone through so many edits just since November. I wrote it. The first draft was in November. Can you guys believe that? That was good. You guys saw me live on stream doing that, and it's on its 7th edit already. Everyone feel bad for me. This is crazy. The stuff we do for our stories, god damn it. Let's see who is next. So that one I'll go ahead and delete. I'm not sure who is in. I know, Galactic Honey, how long is yours? Because you're still in, right? You just even got up and got the charger, right? Let's see, it's 9 pages, and the first page is a picture. Oh, you made this all, like, aesthetic and everything, too. Oh my goodness. Because you were having problems with patience earlier. So do you want me just to stay up a bit longer and we can just go through yours? Does that sound good? The sunflowers burn. Yeah, the first page is the cover. That's why I say, okay, the first page a picture, so it's not even 9, it's like 8 pages. Yeah, it's 8 pages. Okay. I love the tone shift earlier. This is so nerve-wracking. I hope it's not too nerve-wracking. Again, like, you're a first-time submitter. We'll do 1 or 2 critiques, and if you have anything in particular you want me to go over... Yeah, it is a beautiful cover, isn't it? It's really pretty. I'll answer questions about that. But it's not... This isn't like a negative space. You saw us with what? We had other submitters today. We have submitters every time I stream. Where this is just a nice place to get some feedback, to get some critique. It's not meant to ever... bully or go harsh on our writers and stuff. We all write, we all do our storytelling craft. This is just a place for us to get better, not a place for us to tear each other down. So we have a prologue that is 3.5 pages, and then we have our chapter 1. And then, do you know, is this going to be a multi-chapter book? Do you know what the general premise is? Yeah, it's really pretty, right? Yeah, just my second time ever getting live feedback. Oh, not even your first time getting feedback. Getting live feedback. You've gotten live feedback before. Okay. First was by a close friend. This will be multiple chapters. Okay, and then is there a general plot idea you have for this? Is this about anything in particular that you want to let everyone in chat know about? Sometimes it's very interesting, like when What's writing their Mafia story. When they submitted their first prologue in the first few chapters, I actually didn't know it was a Mafia story, except they told me. I was like, oh yeah, it's this Mafia story. And then I initially read their beginning, and I was like looking around, and I was like, wait, you said it's a Mafia story. Where's the Mafia? So sometimes having an idea of what the author thinks their story is about versus what we the readers think from the first few bits think the story is about, sometimes it lines up, sometimes it's different. So if there's anything you want to let the readers in chat know, go ahead. Otherwise, I will go ahead and start Mafia? Do I say it funny? Do I say it with an accent? Isn't it Mafia? Mafia? Am I saying it funny? Am I saying it with a U? It doesn't sound like it in my head, but that's the funny thing with accents, right? Sometimes we can't always tell. You hear it? I said it right? Can you hear the accent? Is it a northern accent or is it a southern accent? Which one's happening here? You got 4 stories on the stove right now? What? I think you need to pick one and focus on it for a while. It's hard to juggle 4 stories. Oh my goodness. The book is supposed to be total whiplash at the end. Okay. It's mainly supposed to be wholesome, but once I get to about chapter 8 or so, I may create some concerning topics that get resolved before it gets absolutely demolished. Okay, that still doesn't really tell us exactly what the book's about, though. Oh, you didn't hear anything, I'm just teasing. King Cal! You keep pulling my leg. You have 4 stories too, oh my goodness. Let's go ahead then. Prologue. Well then, you passed the test, and now I'm proud to say that you are now a hire at Beans and Beans. She states with a smile, the cats that surround me all meowing for my attention. The crime drama The Forgotten Prince, that's right. 7 Kings War and the Power Rangers fanfic. Okay. My caution to you, I said this to Chatty Matty too, because they're working on the series, right? They're working on their book series. They're on book like 3 or 4 of their series. And they have like side pieces off that story in that world too. When you're working on The Forgotten Prince and 7 Kings, right, that's different books in the timeline of your world. If you're working at them at the same time, it can be more frustrating because you might get an editor or critique, right, that points out a plot hole with something in, you know, let's say chapter 30 of The Forgotten Prince. And then you realize when you go to fix that plot hole, it now causes a domino effect, right? It causes a domino effect in your plotting and your world building that affects everything for something like the 7 Kings War, which is the prequel, right? So things can affect the other. That's why working on multiple books at once can be tricky. You might want to get the first book done, get it feedback, get critique, get it edited, do everything like that. Fix the plot holes, fix the world building, fix the greater thing all about it, whatever needs to be fixed. And then once that's good, now you move on to the next bit. Right, is the palate cleanser to take my mind off the other thing. That sounds good, that sounds good. It's a main character, Valerie Pride, who gets a job at a cat cafe. It's a slow burn romance before it gets completely ripped away from the reader. Okay, yeah, so it's a slow burn romance, and then there's going to be a twist later. There's going to be a twist. But you're saying it's in chapter 8 the twist is? Is that near the end of the story? Some may say outline everything as if it were one story. Some may say. When you're talking about multiple books, then just be aware if we fix one thing, it's gonna cause ripples, it's gonna cause changes. Okay, the book is gonna be about 10 chapters. Okay, so that is later on in it. That particular pacing of it, I don't know, we'll see. Let's see. So she stays with a smile, the cats that surround me all meowing for my attention. Thank you, Miss Dooley. I can't wait to enjoy playing with the cats all day. I chuckle as one of the male cats, Butterball, hops into my lap and lays down, purring like a lawnmower in my lap. Don't forget that you also take stock of the kitchen and cat food, Miss Dooley teases, reminding me of my other new chores. I know, but the cats are the heart and soul of this place. I want to make sure they're all happy and healthy. That's why your previous veterinary experience makes you overqualified. Still wonder why you left the profession. The only problem, the main character of the fanfic slightly drifts to be a Lest 1.5. I don't know that reference. Maybe I wasn't a Power Rangers kid growing up. Maybe that's a reference, I don't know. I am a bleeding heart, ma'am. I couldn't bear to watch those poor sick animals come in from either bad homes or off the streets. It killed me to look at an animal and know that they won't make it. What is that? Hold on, there's something ringing. There's something ringing. The model's gonna stare into your soul for a second. Hold on. Yeah, it might be a word thing. I had to get Papa Cryptid. He's coming by real quick. So let's see here. Let me get all situated into my seat. Wasn't it so creepy when the model stares at you guys? Hold on, still wearing my glasses. Let's see. I had a typo when writing her name earlier? Oh, that's so funny. It's freed? Pronounced like freed. Okay, they're freed from the facility. Okay. You're struggling in English, right? That's all good. All those arrows will get picked up at some point. It's fine. The other trainee with Ren, the foul-mouthed alcoholic with a spear. Oh, okay. Do you have spooky toggles for Friday the 13th? If I do have toggles, I don't know how to use them. I'll have to ask Roots at some point. You guys can @ Roots in the Discord and be like, teach Cryptid how to use toggles. Because this is the Suika customizable one, so I'm pretty sure I have toggles. I just don't know how to use them. So Roots will have to teach me that at some point. So let's see here. So it killed me to look at an animal and know that they won't make it. I just couldn't take it, so I went for this lighthearted experience, I explained. An almost overwhelming wave of sadness trying to wash over me. Thank God I could dodge the tsunami. Ooh. I like that. That part I like. So, I'm not sure if you saw it, I try to point out things that I've improved or things I like. That's another part of the critique. Critique isn't always pointing out bad things. It's also pointing out things we do right. So I do like the tsunami in reference to the wave of sadness. I understand, Mrs. Freed. He's doing lots. I laugh. Was everything okay with work? Oh, okay. I was like wondering, I'm like, oh please, I don't want there to be any work issues for Papa Cryptid. Good night, I'm sorry. I think Bear wants to go with you. I laugh. Please call me Valerie. You are my superior after all. Superior sounds a little funny. It's a little bit wonky dialogue. Would boss be more natural? If only my Scream Halloween fanfic wasn't on hold. If only your Scream Halloween fanfic wasn't on hold. Oh, is that what you're trying to say? Hold on. It's almost 1 a.m. for Cryptid. I think I'm misreading stuff. The other thing is, with dialogue, so when we do narration as the narrator, then we normally separate words because that sounds better. In which case, when it's prose, we do you are or I am. When it's dialogue, it's normally a little unnatural, unless you have a very hoity-toity, fancy-smancy person, like a royal person or something like that, unless it makes sense for their character. It's normally unnatural for them to speak like this. Normally when it's dialogue, the tip is that they do use contractions, right? So in this case, it's more natural to say, I am a bleeding heart man. I couldn't, so you use a contraction here because it's dialogue. I couldn't bear to watch those poor sick animals come in. In this case, it wouldn't be, you are my superior. After all, that sounds a little unnatural for dialogue. You could say, you're my boss after all, right? And that sounds more natural for dialogue. So dialogue and prose, it's a little bit different. It will be tricksy on you like that. Well, that's going to be my first little hint for you. For dialogue, we can do contractions. I'm, your, stuff like that. I forgot to italicize R. She puts emphasis on the word. So it's, you are my boss after all. Okay. Yes, Valerie. Now, as a new member of Beans and Beans, you are allowed to pick 3 patches to go on your custom apron. The options are endless. Follow me and I'll show you the wall of patches. So patches and patches gets repeated. So maybe it can be, I'll follow me and I'll show you all the options. No, because options said here. Something here. Something's a little bit... Miss Dewey commands. I grab Butterfall. Jeez, I can't speak. I grab Butterball and take him off my lap, carrying him as I stand up. I walked over to the cat tree, setting him down on what I was told his favorite perch was. So I believe we are in present tense. She states with a smile, that's present. I laugh, that's present tense. But I think it should be I walk over to the cat tree. That's present tense, but walked is past tense. Ready? Yeah, that's fine. And these aren't even critiques or anything, right? I point out little things like this. These aren't the big picture critiques. It's really hard to self-look at little errors like this, at tensing, at misspellings, and stuff like this. So I point out like little hints like this to help you guys out. You shouldn't be embarrassed about this. I do this with everybody. It's fine. Hearing it read out loud makes my brain realize how wrong some stuff is. Yeah, it's one of the most helpful things here. A lot of my raccoons here in chat notice this, that they can't even pick up on some errors until they hear me say it. Sometimes it's even hard for them to realize something's a run-on sentence until I'm like running out of breath trying to read it. Things like that. Having it read out loud helps so much. So that's absolutely a normal thing here. That's totally normal. But yeah, I think it should be I walk over to the cat tree. This cat cafe was already starting to feel like a second home to me. I've already met a few of the employees and they all feel like siblings. I'm not quite sure that's right. They treat each other as such while still maintaining a business. Maybe I still being professional? It looks great. Yeah, the look of this is incredible. It looks so fancy. I like how it's kind of that off-white yellowy look for it to go with the sunflower up here. It looks really cool. Plus, this is the only cat cafe in town. We get a bunch of business, especially since we stay open for most of the day. Honestly, I shouldn't say we yet. I haven't even started my first day, and even so, that day I will have another cat caretaker with me to help me remember all their names, even though I've already memorized a few. So here we do slip up here. Let's see. On the walk to the bathroom, I keep thinking, running through the names of all the cats and asking Miss Dewey their names if I blink. I want every cat to feel their best and be spoiled rotten. Once we reached the back room, my eyes locked on the corkboard that had several patches pinned to the wall. Over half of them had some kind of cat. I took 2 long strides over to the wall, my eyes scanning each of them. How many am I allowed to get? This is a little bit of an odd question. We have it on the same page. We already know she's allowed to pick 3. That's one of the few pieces of information we have. We know she's allowed to pick 3, and then she's asking how many I'm allowed to get on the same page. She forgot. Maybe having it rephrased a bit, like something saying like, I can get 3, right? Something like that, just clarifying. But having her already forget here for the readers, it's a little bit too soon. We can do stuff like that to restate things if it's really far apart in a story to the point where readers might have forgotten it. And then it's helpful to do stuff like this to remind a reader of info along with the characters. But when it's so close together, the readers already know. We're good. We're good. We're smart cookies. We can read. It's all good. 3 is the max, but many people just want 1 or 2. You don't know people with patches. I run a patch business. Cryptid Roots is a patch business. People want so many patches. If you just get 1 or 2, you look naked. Guess we have to change the number to a word. That's fine. Little fixes. That'll just be a new next revision. I just told you earlier, right? I'm on revision 7. 3 little witches. I'm still nowhere near done. It's part of the process. I stare at the patches, my brain struggling not to become overwhelmed by how many options there were. It just has several. Several's not a lot, right? Is several a lot? Hold on. How many? Several. Several rows. Oh, you don't say rows, it's just several patches. So I was thinking like 7 or 10 or something, right? And yeah. But if it's several rows, I would clarify it's several rows of patches pinned to the wall. I'll just clarify that. Where was I? Fuck. How many options there were. I looked over the wall several times before my eyes locked on a patch. Bingo. It was a Manx cat. Colored with grays and browns and wearing a sunflower around its head. What's a Manx cat? Small stub of a tail. What Manx cats are best known for being entirely tailless. It's a tailless cat? Oh. Small little tub. They have a small little stub of a tail. Okay. I learned something new today. I say that every time. You guys in chat. I learn something new every stream. From reading your guys' story. It will happen every time. That's the fun thing I learned today. I learned about a Manx cat. So, colored with browns and wearing a sunflower around its head. Right next to it was a patch that had a solid black cat positioned like it was getting ready to pounce. I think those two would look cute together, especially since the Manx looked like it was relaxed and not paying attention. I grabbed both and looked for a third patch. My eyes locked into a patch that said Cat Fiend Addict, and I couldn't help but laugh. They were all perfect. I found my 3. Do I get to choose where they all go on my apron? Yep, otherwise why would we give you a choice? Thank you. Can I request to put them on myself, or does someone else have to do it for me? You can put the patches on yourself if you want. We are pretty relaxed here. So like, this could be weird. We're pretty relaxed around here. Plus, we make so much money that we are able to do this kind of stuff. She states with a smile. I start jumping up and down, flailing my right hand as the patches are held in my left. I'm so excited for this. I get to enjoy the smell of coffee while playing with cats all day and deal with numbers. It's also fun. Can I ask, how old is the main character? You said the main character was... Can you scroll back up to your comp to see her what her name was? Something Freed. Let's see. Did I miss it? I see the cozy. Okay, I missed it. Anyway, the main character here, something Freed. did say earlier? Valerie Freed. Um, only specific superpowers. So it said she was part of a veterinary clinic. She's about 28. She worked in the veterinary clinic. Oh yeah, so this is an adult woman. This is an adult. She has been to college. She has worked at a veterinary clinic, and they got too overwhelming. She then quit the veterinary clinic, and now she's starting a secondary job. This is an adult woman. This is someone nearing 30. This does feel a little young for a 28-year-old woman. She's like jumping up and flailing her hands. Hello. She gets very excited over numbers and cats. And that's fine. It's absolutely fine for an adult to be excited, right? I'm saying this seems a little childish to be doing this in front of your boss at a new job as an almost 30-year-old woman. Like, I still flail and I get excited about stuff, right? Yeah, I'm also autistic. I don't know how to explain this to you. I'm autistic. I have the ADHDs. I do all this stuff. I'm 30 now. I've been an adult. I have a college degree. This seems a little young for a nearly 30-year-old woman who has worked in a professional capacity and has been to college. And she is now just finished her onboarding with her new boss at a new job at the only cat cafe. So if she makes a bad impression here, there's no other cat cafe in town she can apply at. And she's jumping up and flailing like a younger teenager. This feels a little young. It's a little bit young for her. That's my first critique for the character. I'm not quite sure if that makes sense, or if it's part of the personality. I can change it. If it's part like a plot point of personality later that she's supposed to act a little young, that can be relevant. But I'm just letting you know, as an initial reader through this, my first thought is like, wait, what? This seems unusual for her age. It's also fun. I've always loved math, no matter how much other people hated it. It doesn't help that every time I tell people I love math, they ask me if I'm special. I just respond with a laugh and slide them a card that says autism card. Use this to get out of any situation with no consequences. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Miss Dooley. I know that I'll love it here. So, okay, that's the prologue, then we can start chapter 1. So, the prologue is her working, she's just starting to work at the cat cafe, right? Babies, you all being nice? Who are you playing with? Be nice to each other, babies, okay? Because your mama's gonna get annoyed at you guys if we keep acting up. Hold on, I gotta scoot my chair back. So, let me see here. So the first critique I had, pop up, go away, what was the age. But you say that you could fix that, so that's fine, that's fine. And then, any other feedback about this? As a general note, today's just kind of the day for it. Oh my goodness. I'm noticing it's a lot of dialogue. Even the prose is actually our character Valerie talking to the audience. Right? Her explaining that she's loved math, her explaining things to the audience. There's not a lot of descriptions or actions happening. So like, I actually have no idea what Miss Dooley looks like. I have no idea what the cat cafe looks like, other than that it is a cat cafe and it has a background, but I actually don't know what the background looks like. I don't know what the other staff members look like. We're told, again, like she tells the audience about it being busy, but we haven't actually seen it be busy. So I feel like maybe breaking up some of the dialogue with some more descriptions, with some surrounding descriptions of the characters, of the surroundings, could be good. That could be a good way of helping this out. Because otherwise I'm like, oh, there's just a lot of dialogue back and forth, dialogue. But now, those are the 2 critiques for prologue. Now, do you know what the background's like? You had to sneeze with your eyes open. That's a different type of backrooms. That's like the game with like the yellow walls and stuff, right? And it's like endless and you can never get out. See, I study human culture. I know about that reference. I know that one. So those are the two critiques for the prologue, but otherwise, I think this sets up a cool little concept. We know that we're in for cozy vibes, and this is definitely maximum cozy vibes. But now let's see what's going to happen in chapter 1. Hello, Fluffy. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Hello, Floofy. I have a very bad tendency to leave stuff out and then answer it later, so people have to read more to learn about it. But again, if it's a new audience, if it's a new reader, they might not continue to read to find out about it later. Also, I've just come here, but I have questions about the characteristic moment. The characteristic moment. Was there a particular moment you're having questions on? Isn't that normal? There are some things we want to purposely have as a question that keeps the reader interested, that they don't know the answer to, and therefore they'll keep reading to find out. Like in a murder mystery, right? The obvious thing is you don't know who the killer is until you keep reading. You're going to keep reading to find out who the killer is. So there are purposeful questions we want to leave unanswered until the right time. But leaving anything unanswered, not answering anything, and making the readers keep going. The readers want to know some stuff. We want to get a basis. We want to know what the room looks like. We want to know what the other characters are interacting with like. We want to know some stuff, and then we're just finding out more stuff. That's kind of the balance. Chapter 1 isn't finished. This is the one where it describes the visuals of her appearance, the roommate's visuals, and the visuals of the cafe from the outside. You'll add stuff. What did it? Characteristic moment, as is the first time we see a character. It's usually used to showcase the character's most important qualities that will help us empathize with them. I haven't gotten to it yet though? Okay, well, let's keep reading. Hello, Floopy. Valerie. Come here, kitty kitty. Whack. Allie, Marlin, what the heck? So again, we're having the same thing. It's mostly just back and forth dialogue. She tucks the pillow under her arm. Your alarm went off 5 minutes ago. You told me to wake you up if you didn't wake up to your alarm. Wait, what? You didn't have to do it so violently, though, I mumbled, rubbing the side of my face that she hit. It was only a pillow, but Marlin was freakishly strong. Not to mention that she threw around that weighted pillow like it was a bag of feathers. Come on, if you think I'm going to let you drive there, you got another thing coming. I don't want to be waiting in the car for you. Again. Yeah, I hear ya. I start my first day at 8. I'd like to be there by 7:45. Hi, kittens. Roger that, Captain, she responds sarcastically, the conversation ending as soon as she gets out the door. So same thing. I assumed we were back at the cafe. We apparently not. Yes, she's sleep talking. I got that now. But that was a confusing intro. I don't know who Marlin is. I'm assuming it's a sibling. Hello, one boy. What? No, it's one Boxy Llama. Hello. Hello, good evening. Right now we're actually reading submissions from the people in chat, and I'm giving critique and feedback. If that interests you at all, then hey, welcome on in. And also, I think some people don't know that you guys are also welcome to ask questions to the writer. We can give each other feedback. This is a whole little writing raccoon community, so please feel free. We have most of the dialogue again. She gets out the door. I'm assuming it's the bedroom. Oh, so it's a roommate. Okay. I'm assuming it's the bedroom door, but it's technically not stated. There's just a lot of, like, floating dialogue, and the characters are just existing in space. We're not getting those descriptions of what is happening and where we are. So let's keep reading. I hop up. Okay, so now we're having some action here. I hop up, my feet landing on the fuzzy sage green rug under my bed. I recently rearranged my room, and my brain still isn't used to it. I look back at the bed and the still warm moss blanket beckoning me to lay back down. The dented mushroom and leaf-shaped pillows asking for another nap. Was it a nap or was it sleep? The purples, greens, and oranges complement the large white pillow behind all the well-loved forest-related bedspread. I'm in dire need of going back and adding more. Okay. I skipped the prologue. I skimmed the prologue as you were scrolling it, and it feels like the characteristic moment is spent entirely to establish that the MC is overly excited to get the job and artistic, which kind of folds the first point into itself. Well, so the author, the writer in chat, has told us she's autistic. We haven't actually, in the prose and the writing, seen that she's autistic. I'm not sure if playing this card first is the move. Yeah, normally I normally read a little bit more to see if a prologue is needed or not. So we're gonna keep reading. You said chapter 1 isn't done, but we'll read until it stops, and then we'll give feedback on what we think about the pacing and how all these scenes kind of stack up against each other. The fairy lights that were on my ceiling made everything all the more cohesive under the soft lighting. The wood looked much warmer despite how cold it looked when I bought it. The dark hues made the bright accents stand out. The stain was a custom blend of dark cherry and extra red. And extra dark. Oh my god, why can't I read? I can't read. The red undertones are making everything look warm and cozy. Changing a bunch of stuff as it goes. This is the one where it has the dress. Okay. I slip on my mushroom slippers, the white inside and bottoms, a huge contrast. White inside and bottoms, a huge contrast to the vibrant purple with orange spots on the top. Okay, the inside and bottom white, and then it's purple and orange on the top. Okay. I made them myself and I loved them to bits. In fact, before I decided that I wanted to work with animals, I was taking classes on fashion design and creation and made several works of my own before realizing the profession wasn't for me. What are you just pointing it out? So we skipped from having in the prologue being almost entirely dialogue, the first page of chapter 1 being almost entirely dialogue. Now we have a lot of descriptions. Now we have a wall of descriptions here without actually doing too much. We've sat up and we've put our feet in our slippers and we've had almost an entire page describing everything around us. I kept the good pieces, but the ones that didn't fit me or I didn't like, I sold. If it was breaking or poorly made, like some of my early works, they were thrown away. There was one I couldn't bear to throw away, my sunflower dress. It was the first work I put my soul into. The flower was my favorite. The seeds were tasty, the petals were beautiful, the uniform of the seeds were gorgeous, but the main reason was the sunflower theory. This is a lot of, you're telling the readers a bit. Yeah, the descriptions are cool. It sounds like a very aesthetic room, but it is an entire page of descriptions. That's what I think that we went from, how many pages is this? 1, 2, 3.5, and 4. So 3.5, 4.5. So we have 4.5 pages of 95% dialogue with no descriptions. And then we have an entire page of only descriptions. The balance is off. We gotta weave in some descriptions between dialogue, and we gotta have some actions and dialogue between the description. I'm very sorry. I don't know why you're sorry. You don't have to be sorry at all. I don't want you to be sorry. I might realize I tend to separate the dialogue and the description a lot. Well, hey, that's really good that you realized it. Why are you sorry? I never want any of my raccoons to be sorry, and I hope you notice that none of the other raccoons are sorry when I give them feedback. This is how we learn. This is how we grow. This is how we get better. And I'm saying this, and even my writing will never be perfect. It's not perfect, and it never will be, but I get better at it because other people give me feedback like this. So I don't want you to be anxious or feeling sorry. But I'm really happy that you're learning something about it. Because once you learn it, then we can fix it, then we can get better. So we have something about the sunflower theory here. Growing up, my mother would always tell me the story of a man who would always give his lover 2 sunflowers, but only if it was raining. She hated it and demanded roses, but no matter how much she yelled, he always got her sunflowers. When he passed away, she attended his funeral and heard the real reason. Would that be objectively wrong, or is that just a style you have? So nothing in writing is ever objectively wrong. There's rules, and then if you break the rule, you can break it well. Just break it well. Here, I'm not sure if you're purposely doing it. It doesn't read like you're purposely doing it, right? So again, like, there's no hard rules in it. Writing is an art. Any rule you have in an art, you can break it. The thing with it is just break it well. Know that you're breaking intentionally, break it well. And normally when you break it intentionally and you break it well, then the readers are just like engaged with it. They're like, oh, this is neat, this is cool, and they keep reading. When we don't know the rules and we're breaking it accidentally and we're breaking it poorly, then it feels off. I'm changing it a lot after this. You don't have to change it a lot. Sometimes people don't even take my critiques for their current work. They finish their current work and they're like, okay, now that I've heard some feedback on my writing style, when I work on my next piece, I'm going to keep that stuff in mind. Can I fix it for my next piece, or can I improve? It's never a bad thing. Hi, Kitten Nugget. Some more corpus. I just tend to over-explain things. Hey, I think I'm worried about that too. I might be over-explaining stuff too. I might be over-pointing stuff out. So let's go ahead. How about, since I think the critique is overwhelming you a little bit, and maybe this is too much for you, I think I'm just gonna finish reading, and then at the end, I'll see if my critiques are still valid, if I still think it's true. But I think at this point, I point out like two things for you to work on. And I think that's fine. The balancing, the dialogue, and the description. And God, what was the earlier thing? Oh yeah, we even talked about having the with grammar, with dialogue. We can do the thing. There's a lot that has to be worked on. Yeah, I don't want to overwhelm you. Maybe I accidentally gave too much for your first critique, and I'm sorry if that's the case. I don't want you to be overwhelmed. But I think, first of all, it's very cool. There's some really cool stuff in here. It's just finding that balance, putting some stuff of one end, of the dialogue, of the action, of the description, finding that right balance. What is a core personality trait? That's a good question. For now, before I get too sidetracked, let's go. I'm gonna go ahead and finish that. But if Triangle wants to explain more of what they think a core personality trait is, that's fine. Or if anyone else does. Yeah, we're definitely not here to hurt. This is never like tearing you apart. This is never tearing you down. We're all excited to keep reading, and we're excited to keep reading stuff from you too. Wait, where was I? Fuck. And heard the real reason. The sunflower theory was that when you give someone sunflowers, you always give them two. Because if there is no sun, sunflowers are said to look at each other. It was a symbol. When there was no sun, he looked to her, for she was her light in the dark. For she was his light in the dark? I think it's just like her. It's fine. The story always made child me cry, but now I see the real reason. It was to teach me to look for the real reason for one's behavior. The dress was made for my mother, but I made it too small. I offered to tailor it and fix it, but she refused, instead telling me to put it on display or sell it. She saw profit, I saw sentiment. Now, me and her talk every once in a blue moon. She wasn't doing too well these days, but she was still going strong. I truly believe that woman will live longer than me. To write darker stuff? So you're reading something that has intent to branch out. That's true. For most of my writing, when I was writing more actively when I was younger, I mostly wrote more novels. I was always writing and planning outlines for bigger novels, or fantasy stories. I even at one point had this super cool project that was going to be multiple books. But again, very, very fantasy. Sometimes dark fantasy, but generally fantasy. November, when I started doing the live stream, when I started like really streaming, so again, I've only been streaming for like 3.5 months really. When I started streaming and I wanted to do a thing live on stream, write a shitty first draft live on stream, because I fully believe in shitty first drafts. We never have to make a perfect first draft. It can look like garbage. And I fully believe in that. So I'm like, oh, well, if I'm going to talk the talk, I should walk the walk. And also I thought nobody would watch me stream. So I did my shitty rough drafts during every day of November. I streamed every day of November. Yeah, you're dealing with a crappy first draft right now. you and me, Nevermore. We get it. We get it. So for that one, for November, it had been years since I really was writing because I had depression before. And I actually started writing, and I'm like, oh, this is actually like a script for something more visual than a story. So that was my first time, and I was plotting out something that I'm now working into a script. At first it was going to be for animation. Now I'm reworking the script. I'm on my 7th edit for a comic. I'm just going through so many edits. So it was definitely a branch out for me, and it was also a lot sadder. It was more somber than anything I'd written before. So it was definitely new for me. So definitely trying out new things, wherever that creative mind goes, it's definitely part of the journey. The thing is that this critique will very well carry over to my other works. That's good. That's good, because you're learning something about yourself. We're learning about our writing styles. I need to go rework a bunch of stuff in other books. Again, I never want you guys to get caught in editing hell. You can keep focusing on a story over and over and over again and keep editing it forever. Forever and ever and ever. Sometimes it's important just to take the feedback and apply it to future stuff and leave the old stuff in the past. That way you're not stuck in it forever. Hi Kaizetsu, it's good to see you. Let's see. Just happy little accents, yeah, and learning opportunities. Core personality traits play a major role in characters' motivations. They also serve as a foundation for the character arc and as the anchor for the reader to relate to the character. Hello, hello, and welcome to the Cryptid Call. I hope you enjoy hanging out with us here. Whatever your character ends up looking like, the core traits are what makes them tick underneath. Deadline hell over editing hell. So many people who self-teach writing never hear the critical lesson of killing your babies or kill your darlings. I definitely do the kill your darlings bit. It's hard but sort of necessary. Yeah. I think it's definitely at a stage. Some people, if they get too critical about their editing, they're trying to edit and kill stuff and fix things and rearrange stuff before they actually finish the piece. Most of your edits should actually be after the piece is done. Yeah, the chopping block is a must. Yeah, it's a scary must, but it is a must. It happens. I love editing because it makes me feel like my work is becoming more complete. Hey, that's cool. That's a good mindset. So let's see. I truly believe that woman will live longer than me. I shuffle across the room, my now painfully awake state making my slow movements feel even slower. I reach the door and twist the knob to get it open. The sound of a dying cat piercing my ears the second it's opened. Lucifer must have been waiting all morning for me to open my door. I call it something different. Personality for me is just the vibes of a character and what I base my character arcs on. I call it a flaw or virtue. So yeah, a flaw or a virtue can be core personality traits for your character. The vibes are like, it's kind of like the personality. He's Marlon's black cat. Okay, well then why hasn't Marlon fed him? Anyway, what was I saying? But yeah, those core personality traits are kind of like there can be a flaw, there can be virtue. Sometimes a flaw and a virtue can be the same thing. A flaw for one character could be a strength if they were just in another genre. Like you see something with Shakespeare's work. You might even have teachers who comment on it. When if you were in one Shakespeare play, if you're really like decisive and you decide to like kill your enemy right off the bat, right? You're like, oh, that's my enemy, I'm gonna kill him, blah. It could be a tragedy because you end up realizing, oh, you should have waited, you killed that person too soon. If you had just waited, you would have realized this important plot thing, and now don't you feel bad about killing that person, right? Versus in Hamlet, he does decide, he keeps going back and forth over whether or not to kill his uncle, right? And it ends up being such this big thing, he waits too long. And that ends up being part of his tragedy. He waits too long. If he had just killed his uncle earlier, all his problems would have been solved. So a flaw for one character can be a strength for another, just depending on their genres. The crippling curse of just not knowing what genre you are in. Exactly. Whenever I feel like I'm getting too close, like if I'm out alone as like a woman, I'm like, this feels like a horror movie. This feels like I'm in the horror genre right now. Luna, be nice to your babies. They're allowed to exist. I absolutely start singing things that absolutely you cannot sing in that genre, in a horror movie genre. Because I'm like, nope, the monsters can't kill me now. I'm outside the genre. This is copyrighted music. They can't show this in a horror movie. They can't play the My Little Pony theme song if I'm about to be axe murdered. They won't let you have the rights. Where am I in the queue now? Land, you were up next earlier and I asked for you and you you weren't here. Oh, that's so funny. Land, you have such bad timing. That's the core issue here. A man that so many of the audience didn't realize they were sort of being mean for hating. Oh no. It's like when the world needed the most. Oh no. Let's see here. Let's keep reading. Poor Land, I'm so sorry. But yeah, I think it's Blub, which sometimes Blub can't always make stream, and then it's you. So if you're asking for the queue, it's Blub and you. So if Blub's not at the next stream, then you're first. That's the general vibe. Unicorn system appropriate. The core personality traits can be. I'm gonna let you guys read that. I'm gonna keep reading here. I'm gonna keep reading. Lucifer must have been waiting all morning for me to open my door. He hops up on my desk, knocking off several papers from it. Good thing they weren't important papers. The most they were was a few bills that were already paid or some math that I did and calculating the pay I get on my paycheck. I love my numbers, but not enough to care about a few papers with them on it. I walk out of the room, the cold from the hallway smacking me in the face. This must have been the real reason for Lucifer being upset. He hates the cold. It would be 72 in the house and he'd be freezing. I keep my room extremely toasty at night, so he has been obsessed with sleeping in there. The hardwood felt like it was moving under my feet, so naturally I started my day by falling face first into Marlon's door, which sat right across from mine. So, okay. So we had, what were our critiques so far? We had the balancing. There are long segments of just dialogue, and there are long segments of just description with no action or dialogue or anything else like that. So balancing those two is the first critique. And then, what was the second critique? I don't remember anymore. Damn my ADHD. Let's go back up to Triangle Pole. Maybe then I'll remember after I read it. The core personality traits can be reduced to a trifecta of your virtue, the flaw, that undermines it, and a third one that acts mainly as a coping mechanism to balance the other two into a functioning human being. The chat missed out. Oh, they missed out from. We'll read it next time. You're top of the list for next stream, really. As long as you're at the next stream, you're top of the list. As you get your stories better, yeah. Balance and grammar. Normally, again, I'm more of a developmental editor, so I'll point out grammar, but normally grammar I don't count as a critique. Can you send me what you're talking about? Interesting. But normally I'll point out grammar things, and that's just me giving you little tips and tricks. But I normally don't count that as critique for anyone here for future stuff. Normally that's not part of the critique. I'll point out a bajillion grammar things if I notice them. And I don't count that as part of the critique. Normally the critique's normally bigger concept stuff. But yeah, for this one, it can be part of the critique. That's fine. So I don't want you getting too overwhelmed with stuff. I do have you said earlier in chat, it was a while ago. It was mainly the he said, she said that a boatload of description that could have gotten woven into the dialogue. Yeah. So you said earlier in the chat, maybe you could remind me. What is the synopsis for your story here? Don't hide anything from me. I don't. You can be like, oh, there's a twist later. You just tell me what the twist is, right? I'm looking at this as a critique part. I'm looking at this as a friend here, right? You don't need to surprise me because I'm gonna read it anyway. So what is your story about? What is gonna happen in the whole plot here? What is the 1 or 2 sentence little summary of everything here? Because so far here, I don't even think there's been anything bad. There's nothing even for our character to really worry about here, right? We're just having cozy vibes. We're just having somebody starting a new job at a cat cafe. It's all fine and good and dandy. The twist is that the narrator eats the cat for food in chapter 12 after the nuclear winter hits. Oh no, please no. In that case, I'll need a content warning tag. I'll be too sad. I need a trigger warning. Don't hurt the cat. Nope, she gets burnt alive. Okay, that is a big twist. Putting it simply. Okay. Let's see here. Is it fine to be more descriptive depending on the genre? Yeah, I think genre has an impact on it. You can even argue, right? Like literary fiction versus commercial fiction tends to be a bit more descriptive. Genres, sci-fi sometimes has more description on gadgets and science and how things work than, let's say, modern day fantasy, right? In a steampunk one, you're going to describe how the ray guns work. In a modern day fantasy where like vampires walk among us, you're not going to describe how electricity works, right? So genre can have an impact. Genre definitely has an impact. I've read around a dozen of how to write series, so I kind of can't point you to the exact thing that sums up my convoluted position. Dystopian for example, is more descriptive. I've already started editing a little bit you mentioned, and I'm not saying you have to edit right away, but yeah, what is the plot here? You've mentioned, okay, so there's gonna be the big plot twist at the end is she gets burned. She gets burned alive. Is that what you said? She gets burnt alive. What's the story here? Because I know you want the twist later, and we can hide a twist for a bit, but so far there's not actually a lot of stuff happening. That's why I'm asking. I'm wondering what you want covered in the story, and if so, what could be a good starting point for it? Because so far we've been cruising on good vibes. Sure. Oh, look at my raccoon sharing links and information about writing. I'm so happy. That's so good. My character's frowning. I swear to God, I'm not frowning. The camera keeps angling down over time and then makes it look like I'm scowling, but I'm not. I'm like, oh, look at my raccoons. They're sharing info. They're all becoming better writers. This is so good. It's so good. Let's see. But otherwise, let's see what Galactic Honey says. Let's see what a 1 or 2 little synopsis of the stuff is here. Like for my 3 Little Witches one, right? The 1 or 2 thing is like, hey, it's the main character is a hero, and through a series of killing 3 different witches, he gets more and more depressed because he doesn't want to kill them. And by the end, our hero actually gives up on his quest to be a hero because it's too emotionally taxing on him to kill these innocent women. Right? That's the basic synopsis for 3 Little Witches arc. The Necromancer Dad one, right? This Necromancer Dad has powers that he should not have. He can only partially raise the dead. He has the secret power to fully raise the dead, which he should not have. He ends up discovering he has a daughter that he never knew about years and years and years ago. He goes to find her. And it turns out she's already dead. So he actually uses the forbidden magic to raise her, and they go on a quest escaping death because he should not have resurrected her from the dead. And that's the Necromancer Dad storyline. So I'm wondering what do you want? What happens in the story? This really nice lady who's restarting a career into happy vibes with the cat cafe. She's somehow, there's going to be a twist and she gets burned alive. how we get from A to B. It doesn't need to be anything crazy or something. I was just curious. Because maybe if I had a big idea of what you were trying to accomplish, I could have a better scope of like, oh yeah, or is this good pacing? Is this a good starting point? Is the prologue make sense? I just wanted to know. But if you think that's too much feedback, if that's gonna get in your way, if it's gonna get in your head, getting burned alive, hey, it happens all the time. But maybe that's just because I'm in Florida. Maybe that sounds normal to me because I'm in Florida. You know, we have Florida man and Florida woman running around. Maybe that's why it's normal to me. Like, yeah, you can just be doing your cozy job and then someone will burn you alive. It happens. It happens. Someone will eat your face off because they were smoking too many bath salts. That actually happened multiple times. So things happen. You know, it happens. What was I saying? But yeah, if you think actually like you got enough critique today and you don't want to give a synopsis, you don't want to hear what I think of the pacing and the format so far, then we can skip it. We don't have to. I'll hear the floor fire. Gotta love your boy bath salts. Just don't eat people's faces off. We got people on bath salts eating faces off. We got escaped pet monkeys eating people's faces off, which is horrific. Oh my god, the damage a monkey can do. It's terrifying. You'll never look at monkeys the same ever again. And they'll turn on you whenever they want. It's not even like a thing of like, oh, maybe you were mean to the monkey or the monkey got bored. They'll just decide, and there's nothing you can do about it. You just won't have a face anymore. Terrifying. Never have a pet monkey. It's terrifying. Every time, like, in a fantasy setting where, like, the characters, like, have a pet monkey, I'm always like, oh, terrifying. Terrifying. I can't do it. There's that new horror movie coming out where they have, like, a pet family chimp. A chimp or an ape or something. It's like a thing. And then the horror movie's that the chimp's now trying to kill them all. I can't even look at the commercial advertising that horror movie. I'm like, no, I don't. Terrifies me. It's so scary. I'm not even joking. You were about to mention that. Yeah, it's terrifying. I have not fully seen that advertisement for that movie. You think it already came out? I would never know because I'm never gonna watch it. Fucking horrifying. Worst concept. Who did this? It should be illegal. Ban it. I don't wanna. But yeah, like primates in general, when they go and attack humans, it's fucked up, man. It's happened a few times here in Florida. It's fucked up. Fucked up shit. Oh no, it literally gives me heebie-jeebies. I get heebie-jeebies talking about it. I don't know why that one bothers me so much. Oh. It's on the ways to die. That's like at the bottom tier. Like I want to avoid that death at like nearly all costs. That hits a specific ick in me. I don't want it. Anyway, so I'm not hearing anything else from Galactic Honey. So I'm gonna assume, okay, so we don't need a synopsis. We don't need any more critique. We're at the limit. We are good. But first of all, thank you so much, Galactic Honey. I hope the feedback I gave is helpful. I hope it wasn't Galactic Honey wrote an amazing thing. I'm trying to type, but I'm typing too much. Oh no. Okay, even if it's just too much, just hand it over. I'll read it. It's fine. It's fine. Let's see here. 500 character limit is killing me. I don't know if there's a character limit on the Discord. Is there? Someone let me know. I have no idea. Can you type it at the end of your Word document? Can you just copy paste into your Word document? That's where you can write it. And it's right here, and I'll read it. Where was I? But yeah, Galactic Honey wrote an awesome thing here. I'm excited to see where they're going with it. It sounds like they have a really cool twist planned. I'll put it in the Discord here in a bit. Okay, I'll pull up the Discord. Streams. Oh, someone put something in Pet Pics. Oh, there's a calendar contest that Decaffeinated posted. Oh my goodness. Okay, hobbies. And chatting. You can put it in writing. when you're looking for a place to put it in the Discord, just put it in the writing. There's a writing section. What was I saying? I think it's 750 if you don't have Nitro. Yeah, now there's all the crazy stuff that Discord's gonna do, so like no one's getting Nitro anymore. Because everyone's so mad at what Discord's gonna do next month. I hope they walk back on it. I hope they decide not to do that government ID face verification scanning shit. They can't be trusted with it. It's bullshit. So yeah, if you guys have Nitro, consider, like, even if it's just for a month or so, stopping getting the Nitro thing with Jake. That just to prove Discord a lesson. Make those fuckers feel it in their wallet, you know what I'm saying? I never bought it. Free trial, banned it. I never bought it, and I didn't even know there was a free trial. I was thinking of buying it, because I'm like, oh, we have so many, like little raccoons in the server now, and then I could do more of my emojis off server that I get for us, all the raccoon emojis and stuff. The, emotes, there we go, that's what they're called. And I was like, oh, you know, since I want to be a real VTuber one day, maybe I should invest in the Nitro thingamajig. And like the day after, I thought that, then all the news with the Discord stuff came out, and I'm like, oh, never mind, they're not getting my money. I was thinking of giving you money, not anymore. Yeah, Galactic Honey wrote a super cool thing here. I'm excited to see how they plan for this twist. And first of all, they also have an amazing cover art for it. This looks super cool. This looks neato. I wish I was an artist. I wish I could draw. It would be so cool if I had drawing talent. Oh my goodness. I did Google about a Baron's daughter. They're just called the Honorable in their name. Yeah. That's what I was thinking it'd be something like that. The trick is it's not talent-based, it just takes time. I know! I was saying earlier on stream, I'm like, oh, back when I first started the November challenge of streaming and writing every day in my rough draft, I thought nobody would watch it. So my goal was like, I'll write every day during November, and then I was going to have a drawing thing later, because I still thought no one would tune into my streams, right? So I was just going to do whatever I want. I was going to do writing for 1 month, drawing for 1 month to get good. Maybe I do sewing once I figured out how to set up a hand cam so I could do sewing on stream. That has made all his stream assets. Oh, that's super amazing, Koizetsu. But yeah, I wanted to get better at all this stuff. So I was like, oh, I'll just do a month of each, try a month challenge. Because like no one's gonna watch my stuff. And then people started watching my stuff. And then I got affiliate. And then I got Discord raccoons. And then people started subscribing and I'm like, oh no. Now I have responsibilities. Oh, isn't it so funny? So yeah, now I'm mostly an editing stream. Isn't that funny? Funny how that works out. I can easily fuck up a stick figure. My drawing skills are non-existent. Hey, you can draw a fucked up skeleton. Fucked up stick figure. That's like horror art for stick figures. Maybe there's something to it. Yeah, that's something to it. It would be terrifying artwork for a stick figure. You'd be like the best horror artist among stick figures. Oh my goodness. What was I saying though? But yeah, I'm excited. I think this will be a cool bit. Oh, you weren't lying, Galactic. How do you could type? I can see in the Discord when someone's typing. I'm like, oh yeah, you've been typing for a hot minute. Oh no. But I'll have to show the Discord, or I guess I could just read it to you guys. That's fine. I'll just read it. It's fine. But how are the rest of my raccoons doing tonight? Are you guys all warm and cozy? I feel like the worst of the chill has kind of ended. I think we were past the last freeze in Florida. Everything else should be better now. It shouldn't be any more like freezing temperatures for the Floridians. All our poor trees and plants though have like died. So many of the Florida plants weren't ready for the cold. Bob, this 4-hour stream time? Are we already at 4 hours? Oh, hey, we are 4 hours. It's not unusual for us here. It's only 1:30. But yeah. Also, hi, Bob, because I didn't realize you were even still in chat. Hello. But there was a time when I actually streamed like what, 6 or 7 hours. More compliments on the cover. I know, it's gorgeous cover art, right? It's super cool. But yeah, there, and in the future, I've mentioned this before, I still would love to do a 24-hour stream. It would have to be when I have less work in the business, like less patch orders and stuff. Right now, the BTS fans are coming out. BTS fans are like paying bills. They're all buying BTS patches and stuff for the tours that are happening this year. I'm just chilling right in the fanfic. That sounds nice. Nice way to de-stress and relax. Yeah, an all-night. Yeah, I would love to. Are you asking if there's an all-nighter tonight? No, there's too much work in the business. I can't pull an all-nighter. That'll throw me off. But in the future, when we're more caught up with the work and there's not as much stuff happening with the Cryptid Roots business, and I could take a day off, I'd love to do a 24-hour stream. I just think that's so fun. I would love to do that as a challenge one day. I think it would be cool. So that'll be happening in the future at some point, just when we're less busy. Should I? Galactic honey, don't overthink it, honey boo boo. I don't know how they stay awake. Well, the thing is, sometimes when I noticed if I can stay towards the earlier hours, I was getting more viewers because I was getting some more of the European viewers, right? Because the time zone differences. So I was curious if I did a 24-hour stream, it would pop up for anyone, like at some point wherever they were. They'd be like, oh hey, there's this new Blooba VTuber doing writing stuff, and it would like get more opportunities for more people around the world to tune in. I just thought it would be an interesting thing to try and expand my cryptid influence. Get some new people on it. So I wasn't expecting everyone like, oh yeah, everyone else, you I had to be serious. You have to stay on for 24 hours and watch me the whole time. No, I'm kidding. It was just a way I'm like, oh, it might be cool to get some new friends in here, some new raccoons. More international raccoons, right? Raccoons from all over the world. We already had that a little bit, and most of those, like 10 and some of the others who are from Europe, they joined because they did do those late night streams, right? It worked out for their schedules that I was on at that time. So I'm like, oh, it'll be good. It'll be good to do that in the future. I'd like to do a 24-hour stream. I'd like to. Me and Roots were talking about it since I still want to do the gaming, but most of my raccoons didn't tune in for gaming. They tune in for the writing critiques like this. I might, instead of streaming the gaming, I might just record. I might just do recordings of me doing games and put those on YouTube. Because here the reading and critiques do really, really well, but on YouTube the reading critiques don't do well. You know, it's just a different audience. But the gaming might do well. So I might just record gaming, put that on YouTube. That will be the YouTube audience. You want me to clock out around 8 a.m. Oh, do you mean clock out of your job, or do you mean like fall asleep? So staying up is easy for me. That's crazy. Galactic honey, just hit enter. If I have questions, I promise I'll ask you them. It's okay. Just hit enter. Just. Oh no. Oh no, maybe I shouldn't have put them on the spot. I feel kind of bad now. But yeah, I want to do a 24-hour stream. So that way I can reach a more international audience. Type a lot. My bad. Just hit enter. Just let me see what you got. Let me start reading it. If it's gonna be a lot, let me start. If I have questions, I'll ask you. I promise. I've always found it hard to summarize. Just send me what you got. Just send me what you got. Just hit enter. What was I saying? Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna start reading. Should I? No, I'm gonna leave it for the sunflowers burn cover art because I think it looks cool. I'll leave that for you guys. But I'm gonna read what they have. Sleep, I'm still looking for something. I applied for 2, but I haven't heard back from one in weeks, so I'm starting to give up on that one. Oh, I'm sorry for that. What? You could always do a follow-up thing after a week or so, if they allow that. So the main character gets job at cafe. Yep, she ends up getting pulled to be trained on the basics of making coffee. That makes sense, because 2 people quit due to them graduating college and moving to jobs in their field. That makes sense. Every day since she goes to see the cats in her break, or on days she doesn't work. That makes sense. I'm not sure why she's going when she doesn't work, but anyway. The habit leads her to meet the male love interest. Okay. They end up seeing each other a few more times before becoming acquaintances in Chapter 3. A few weeks later, they gain friend status, Chapter 4. This friendship continues into Chapter 5 and 6, but at the end of 6, they start trying to flirt. Chapter 7, she ends up getting heavily distracted by malfunctioning machines and misses out on a bunch of stuff. Chapter 8 is when she dies and everyone is devastated because it's the cat cafe that burns down. Okay, so that's when she burns alive. She kept running back in to save everyone and ended up getting caught in the flames. Chapter 9 is clearing the rubble when love interest finds out she passed. But it's the funeral. So right now, you are writing in first person. And you're saying for 9, she's dead and they clear the rubble. And 10, it's her funeral. How are we balancing that point of view with her being dead in the last 2 chapters? That's my first question. And also, so this is a cozy vibe. She meets a love interest, but then she dies. That's the general plot. Cozy vibes. She meets a love interest, but then the cafe burns down and she dies in it, and therefore she doesn't get up with the love interest. Okay, yep. Yeah. I'm wondering if we could pad it out a bit with like a subplot, if there's something else to expand upon here. There's sorry, it's a lot. No, it's all good. I'd have to look that up because Delta used an automated system for applicants. Okay, and Warner Bros. Has been 0, dark 30, but still says under review. Okay, I don't know about applying for either of those, so yeah, you would know better. So if the story, it depends on what you think your story is about. If the story is about sadness, if the story is supposed to be a sad story about someone sweet and happy working at this cat cafe who thinks her life is starting with this love interest, and then she sadly tragically dies, right? So it's like this love that never got to happen. If that's the story, if the story is the sad vibes, we have a lot of those first few chapters just in the technicalities of her working, which doesn't quite relate to anything else that happens, right? Like it's just her. Okay, she's gonna hang out with the cat. She's gonna learn all the cat's names and stuff. She has a roommate, all the different stuff. How does that apply maybe later, right? Versus that some of that could even just be cut out. She could just already be hired to start working in the cafe on the coffee and stuff because some people have left to do their careers and stuff. She could already start as a barista at the cat cafe. So some of the stuff I'm just looking at the pace. I'm wondering why certain things are here. Like when does the story start? Could the story start with her already working, being a new person at the cat cafe, and then she meets this love interest, and then they flirt? Gotta cut off the X of what you're saying. I think I'm still confused what the excess is and what is your story about. Because I can't fully comment on what to cut, if it's excess or not, if it doesn't apply, because I'm still a little lost on what the story is about. So I think that's why I'm struggling a little bit. That's why I'm like asking you. I'm not normally, when I'm sure about stuff, I'll be like, oh yeah, I think we can move this, I think we can cut this, when I'm more certain about stuff. But I'm asking you because I'm not entirely sure, and therefore I don't want to offer it as a critique, as a comment. I'm not entirely sure what is the big feeling, what is the point, what is the message, what's the theme of your story. And then once we have it, and I see like, oh yes, this is the author intent, this is what Galactic Honey wants to say, this is what they want their piece to do, then I could be like, okay, this either applies or doesn't apply, this is excess, this isn't. That's why I'm a little uncertain with what to give you critique-wise. Just because I'm not sure quite what you want to do with your piece, and maybe I won't know until I finish reading it all. And that's a fine thing. I think it's just something to be aware of. But yeah, we don't even get the other character, the love interest, until, let's see, halfway through chapter 2 or so. I'm learning, so it's only up from here. That's a really good mindset. Okay, so it's just some reworking some stuff. Yeah. So maybe when you're finished with it, we can keep reading chapter by chapter. And then when I'm done reading, it's only what you said, like 10 chapters? Haven't gone to chapter 10 in there, but it's the funeral. Yeah. So it's 10 chapters. And then, but still up. Yeah. It's only up from here. Maybe a few down on the way, but still up. Yeah, the general thing, our learning is never, let me see if you can see this. It's never a straight, like, up on a graph. Our learning is always up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, and through the ups and downs, it's generally up. But there's still absolutely going to be downs on the way. Lord knows my learning has been like that too. So yeah, I think I'll be able to give you better advice and feedback once I read more of the story. And that's what I even said earlier. I'm like, oh, it's hard to tell if a prologue is necessary until you read more of the work. And then you can kind of tell if the prologue's necessary or not. So I think I'm even having that struggle with this. I'm like, I think I'll be able to give you better advice on what needs to be cut or what needs to be arranged once I read more. So that's why I'm holding back on. I just wanted to ask you about it in case I could see more clearly. Once you get more, then it will be resubmitted. That sounds fantastic, and I hope you do resubmit. We'd love to see more of your work in the future. I hope the little bit of advice I gave you does help, and that I gave some good little nuggets to put in the back of your brain for not even just this work, but future works too. And I'm excited to see what things you'll do in the future. But otherwise, everyone say thank you, Galactic Honey, for sharing so much work with us today. We got a prologue and chapter 1, and we even got a little synopsis here in chat. So I'll go ahead and exit out of that. And I think we're all rooting for you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's really brave to submit your stuff. I always try to be real with you. Yes, it is scary to receive critique, and it's even scarier to get it live on a stream. It takes huge bravery to do it. I hope you think of yourself as very brave for having done that. Yeah, absolutely. Great job. Yeah, thank you. Oh my god, everyone's being so nice to Galactic Honey. Thank you guys. It's a very rough draft, so it's only gonna get better. That's a fantastic way of looking at it. Lord knows, the reason, since you're new here, the reason why the weave screen is here is because I was showing my rough draft process. If you want a comparison for how some people's rough draft process is, literally all my rough drafts, or some people even call them zero drafts, right? Because they're so rough, they're not even a first draft, they're a zero draft. It's stuff like this. So I do like blah blah blah. I can't think of a cool intro, but it should introduce my main character. Bitch has no name yet because I didn't give her a name yet. After she killed the dragon, maybe still covered in dragon blood. Could be cool. And then I'll write like different stuff. My rough drafts are absolute shit. So if this is your rough draft, you look fucking fantastic. Oh. I even have an important reminder, add more dragons. This applies to everything. End of reminder. My rough drafts are shit. Yeah, that's my I literally, the reason why I say, oh, the Necromancer Dad, real stuff, it's because the Necromancer Dad still doesn't have a name yet, so he's just known as Necromancer Dad, and whenever I get frustrated with him in the text, I'm like, stupid nameless Necromancer Dad, I should kill you in the next scene, blah 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 blah, until I figure out what to do with him in the next scene. I'd share a short story I was working on a few days ago based on a thing I made a few months ago. I don't have it in a Google Doc though. You can try to submit it in another thing. I know Google Docs work, which is why I normally say sometimes in my notes he is that, but then I felt bad. I'm like, what if somebody ever looks at my notes midway through a page and they think he's like a necrophiliac or something instead of a necromancer. And so then I felt so awkward about these imaginary people possibly seeing it, so I always type out necromancer in full now, so he's Necromancer Dad instead of Necro Dad. What was it? I auto-format my book so I don't have a stroke when formatting it later. feel like poison tip blade would be better, but I realize a lot of stuff you said could apply there too. Also, you'd have to avoid chapter 5. I'm back, nice and clean after a shower. Oh, that feels so nice and comfy and cozy. Oh my goodness. I'll put it in a PDF. Yeah, we can try. Let's see here. It's almost 2 a.m. Let's go ahead and let's look at my story submissions. Let me first... Oh, that's... I was looking at the top and I'm like, wait, where's Galactic? I'm like, no, wait, it was at the bottom. I skipped everyone else. Let's see here. Delete. There we go. And... So Galactic Honey, just because you know, whenever someone's done with their critique, I go ahead and delete them from the queue, and if they won't ever be read in the future, then they just resubmit to the queue. That's how it works. Just so I can see who I have and haven't read from yet, it just makes it all easier on me. So if you see yours being deleted from the queue, no, you didn't do anything wrong. It's just for me. How is it almost 2 a.m. already? This feels wrong. Oh, so you're in the same time zone as me. You know, I'm a Central Florida cryptid. It's early now. It's early. Well, next I'll die of shock. It's almost 1 a.m. for you. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Let's see. No, Chatty Matt, you're still a little further away. I'm so sorry. There's Haunting of Castle Lovos, the new Shifter King. I don't believe Blub is on. Normally when Blub's on, they let me know. I haven't seen Blub in chat. East Coast, the best coast? Sure. I don't even think it's an East and West Coast thing. I definitely love the Northeast better. I was a Massachusetts baby cryptid before we moved down to Florida when I was an itty bitty baby still. The East Coast. Highly debatable depending on opinion. Landlocked is best coast. I definitely love being Northeast more than I do Southeast. As far as people. The South versus the North is very different. East and West is very different. I definitely vibe more with Northeast people more, and then some Floridians are a little much. Some little Karens with their Sunday best on are a little much here in the South. That's why I said I die of shock. Highly debatable depending on opinion. Greece is better than the East Coast in my opinion. Don't you have to like actually move to Greece? You haven't fully lived in Greece yet. Your sister lives out there, but I think you haven't fully moved out there yet. There's a landlocked country with a navy? Oh, how cool. According to the website I edit it from, the real time my short story is like 4 minutes. Wait. The read time of my short story is like 4 minutes. Okay, I can't read for shit now. I was like, what? There's no water near it for them to fight it. Semantics. Alright, so that is a really short story then. Let's go ahead and try. Loading. Let's see if because I did that now, if I can open it in a Google Doc. I wonder. I just want to see. Sometimes I can. No, I can't. It's gonna be so bright white. It's gonna burn our eyeballs. It's gonna burn our eyeballs. It's all white. Most of that space. That's fine. 2.5 pages. Okay, hold on. I gotta mess with OBS so you guys can see it. You're about to be flashbanged. You weren't flashbanged before. Now you will be, because it's not a Google Docs. So hold on. Let me see here. Game window? This is Microsoft Edge. I don't know. This one. Yeah, sorry everyone, it's flashbanged. I can't, they didn't do it in a Google Doc. It's just this one because it's short. They said it was like 4 minutes. That's the only reason why. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll stay up for a short one. Fine, fine, fine. Dancing while I still use my red knot. Oh yeah, I just realized, I'm like, oh yeah, I was joking about being flashbang. Now I'm like, oh wait, now I actually have to read this. Fuck. Oh no, it's gonna hurt my eyeballs. Never mind, they're gone. Okay, everybody. If you guys need to look away from the screen, that's fine. Put me on your second monitor. Put me on another tab and just listen in. The woman closes the trunk of her car, walking towards the driver's door. Her eyes erratically scan the area, searching for witnesses but finding none. Seeing that the coast is clear, she lets out a relieved sigh. She opens the driver's door and closes it once she goes inside. She turns the key in the ignition, the headlights brightening up the street, lit only by lampposts and the lights of a few businesses that were open this late at night. Man, I'm just listening because I can't see anymore. I'm so sorry, everybody. Okay, maybe I'll have to make it a thing of like only Google Docs now, because at least the Google Docs are... Should I just read it? Do you guys not want to see it? Hold on. How about I put it back on the Wii screen and I just read it? The music of this part was way too pretty for that. Okay, everyone, it's on the dark weave screen. It's on the dark weave screen. You guys are just gonna listen to me read. You just gotta listen. Fuck, where'd it go? Where's my tabs? Oh, wait, I'm panicking. Wait. Okay. So I can see it. I'm burning my eyeballs, but you guys got a dark screen. So we're fine. We're fine. I'll lose my eyeballs, but my eyeballs were already going away anyway. She grips the steering wheel tightly, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. She wipes it off with the palm of her hand, briefly looking at her slipped hand. Her fingers ball up into a tight fist as she grabs the steering wheel again. Her right hand puts the car into drive as the car goes down the road. She tries to remain calm, but the gravity of the past 20 minutes are beginning to dawn on her. Crunching metal, sparks flying, crackles of electricity dying out, a soft fading whine. She shakes her head, focusing on the road. Thank Goober, I can see! The things I do for you raccoons. The town of Winkleman eventually goes out of view. The open Arizona desert is now all that surrounds her. She reaches for the radio knob, flipping through the various stations. She eventually lands on a station that calls itself KWAC, FM 90s, 20s, classic alternative rock. First thing that came on was Soundgarden. The low, raw guitar riff drowns out the soft hum of the car. The car stops on the side of the road. She turns the car off, but before she does so, she opens the trunk. She steps out of the car into the pitch blackness that surrounds her vehicle. The moon isn't out to softly illuminate the desert, leaving everything in an inescapable darkness. She goes back towards the trunk, opening it. Her breathing is heavy, almost panicked. She lightly hits her cheek a few times, snapping herself out of her anxiousness, albeit ever so slightly. She grabs the mask with both hands, pulling it out of the trunk. She drags it along the dirt, taking it a few yards away from where she started. She drops it, panting at the effort. She goes back to the car, coming back with a shovel. She starts digging, and digging, and digging, and digging. Satisfied, she looks at the mass. No, don't lie. She knows exactly what it is. She gazes upon the shredded, disfigured, metallic corpse, exposed wires and jagged bits of steel jetting out of its wounds. There's a large gash in the torso, which is where the majority of the damage lies. A number of wires splay out in the upper right chest. A component with some wires still connected to are visible. exposed wires, a number of wires, and some wires still connected to it. So it says wires a lot right here. I would consider trying to change it a little bit. There's a notable cut in said component. The lower jaw is missing, while jointed mandibles, like some mechanical insects, spilling out of the roof of the mouth, hanging limp. She looks away from it, her arms shaking slightly as she hesitates to continue. She finally faces it down, squatting down. She finally faces it again, squatting down. She then reaches out, and with one swift motion, she pierces the torso of the carcass. How does she do it with her hand? She winces at the sound of crunching metal as she pulls out another component. It looks like a small canister, with a good chunk of wires being yanked out of the body and stretching from her grasp. She stares at the component, frowning with a strained look in her eyes. She continues to yank it back, the wires snapping and forcibly unplugging themselves from it. She brings it close to her face, whispering, "I'm sorry." She stands up, holding it over the grave, and crushes it in her fist. She opens her fingers, watching the pieces fall into the pit. She then drags the body into the grave, layering the dirt over it. Is she supposed to be super strong? She's like piercing this metal thing with her hand? She's like breaking this component with her bare fist? She's supposed to be like super strong? That's my first question. Then we have a line break. The doors to Freeman's open. Freeman's was a local bar in the town of Winkleman. There's all kinds of people at the bar. Tuesday nights this late, though, the number of patrons are often not quite as much as, say, on the weekends. The woman walks inside, tiredness plastered on her face. She had a head of yellowish blonde hair tied into a bun. A pair of glasses are over her brown eyes. She's of average height for a woman her age. She's a somewhat shapely body, her figure kept in decent shape. The most subtle of wrinkles are just barely visible on her face. She has a scar going across her cheek and over the bridge of her nose. She's still wearing her work outfit, a mechanic's jumpsuit with a cap. She works for the local mechanic, having lived in Winkleman for about 3 months. She claims to have come from Phoenix, moving out here to get away from the city life. She goes towards the counter and takes a seat, the bartender taking note of her presence. "The usual?" the bartender asks. "The usual, John," she answers. She is handed a bottle and a shot glass. Jade's Absinthe, a spirit from the local brewery in Winkleman. She pours herself a shot, downing it easily. She shudders slightly from the feeling it gives her in her throat. "You can't keep this up forever, Anna." And that is where it ends. I'm gonna, genuinely, it's kind of hurting my eyes a little bit because it's just so dark and late, so I'm gonna actually try to be a little bit fast with the 2 critiques today. I'm sorry to spread if you were wanting more. But let's see here. I made a mental note. You do have some descriptions throughout it. I made the mental note. I'm like, some of the things you decide to describe and the things you don't were like a little wonky to me, or a little interesting. So like you specifically mentioned, she lands on a station that calls itself KWAC FM 90s 20s classic alternative rock. I'm like, okay, that's really specific. When you could have just said, oh, she lands on a station that's playing Soundgarden, right? That was a very specific thing to mention all that. But then when she's hiding something in her trunk and she's going past these few businesses that were open this late at night, we don't actually know what the businesses are. We didn't even know that she was in a business district until the end of that paragraph. Hi Uni, it's good to see you. Welcome on in. So my first thing is, yes, you do have a good amount of descriptions of details, but I would almost say, like, reconsider which details you decide to use. The exact radio station and description, at least unless it's important later, if that station keeps coming up, I'm like, do we really need to know the station? But maybe specifying, like, her eyes flicker on, like, this particular business on the bar as she drives past. Nobody seems to be looking out at her car, though. Like, those descriptions could be helpful because she's anxious about being caught. The bit about the 90s, 20s is supposed to allude to the current year. It could. I don't know. It just felt like it felt a little off to me. It felt like a little bit of an off detail compared to everything else around it. There's even let me see if I can find another example of it. Coming back with a shovel. Right, so she starts digging and digging and digging and digging, and then later on she starts layering the dirt over it, but we don't have any detail of like how the shovel feels in her hands. What is it like to spend that amount of time digging? It's not fast to dig a grave, especially by hand as one single person. It takes a while. What does the shovel feel like? Did she plan it? Was the shovel already in a car? What was that like? Is it a metal shovel? Is it a wood shovel with a metal tip? What is that like with her doing that? Well, we do have the description. We have an entire paragraph description actually. Nope, never mind. We have 2 paragraphs of description about what she looks like when she goes in. Classic alt rock, meaning this is the far future. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the... I don't know. Working on the book, working some detail on the dialogue. That's very awesome, Galactic Honey. So, like, we then have 2 paragraphs of description on the woman, on Anna. It could be Anna or Anna. I'm not sure which pronunciation you prefer for the character, but on Anna, I'm gonna say. She has tiredness. She has glasses. She has blonde hair in a bun. She's of average height for someone her age. I don't quite know what that means, but she's of average height for a woman her age. She's a somewhat shapely body. It's in decent shape. She has wrinkles. She has a scar across her cheek and on the bridge of her nose. That was the cool detail. She's still wearing her work outfit. Hello, Raiders. Welcome on in. You have 2 paragraphs of weave description. Hello, Raiders. Welcome on in. Did you guys have a good stream? What were you guys up to? Let me know. But otherwise, let me finish up giving some critique real quick. Hi, what's good? I'm just finishing up giving critique. It's on an all-white screen. It's not on my night mode, so I have the weave screen up for you guys to look at. And everyone was just hearing me read the extra loud. Some egg salad reading. It's my weave screen. It's my little waiting screen. I'm reading someone's excerpt right now, but it's on an all-white screen. It was hurting everyone's eyes. So I just have the weave screen up right now to save your guys' eyeballs. Read some interesting smut today. Oh my goodness. You guys had a spicy stream. Werewolf mid-transformation. Oh, so you're reading furry smut. You're reading furry smut that didn't want to commit to being furry. Got it. It's that in between. But yeah, so the description of the radio station, but not of the businesses. The lack of description for the shovel and the digging and what that is like. But then the 2 paragraphs of description on the character. You're a little like too little and then too much. It's just an interesting balance in the amount of detail and then lack of detail, or which detail you're choosing to specify. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe in the future, I don't know how much more of this you have, or this is just the little beginning part you gave me. But when you're continuing with it, maybe think of which details are interesting and correct for the paragraph, because this was a little bit of an odd choice of what things were described and what weren't. Right now, though, I'm gonna remove that from my screen. That is like it's literally lighting up the room. Oh no! Now I'm back on my Wii screen with you guys. For to leave out the description of the business is because from her perspective she doesn't really care. Isn't she worried about being caught? She's like nervous, she's anxious. She's like being all like fidgety. She's being all like all the different stuff. So she's not checking, because it says a few businesses are open. Some of them are open this late as she's driving by, as she's pulling out, hiding this metallic corpse. So she's not checking like, hey, no one's looking at me, right? No one's watching my car. No one's like looking at as I drive down. She's not panicking at that. And if that is the case, if she's generally not concerned at all with anyone, making sure no one's watching her, that's an interesting detail to add. Like she goes by the still open bar without even glancing at it, not caring if anyone's like watching her. Was hoping to catch Callie here. I'd be amazed if Callie's still awake. Hey Galactic, you're a regular cryptid? Oh my goodness. Is Galactic Honey is new. Galactic Honey's new to the cryptid cult. Hi PP, are we critiquing the Weave screen? No, it was Desperado had one, but it was an all white screen, so I just had the Weave screen up while I was giving critique because it was hurting everybody's eyeballs. It was actually even hurting my eyeballs. But I braved it. I braved it for the love of the game. It is past 2 a.m. here, so I'm not even sure if the critiques I gave poor Desperado Joe were even good. But hopefully, what did I even say? I was talking about the type of details used compared to others. And then, otherwise, it was a little short. I'm not sure if I can comment two more description, basically. I'm not even saying more. I think the amount you have was good. I was really just commenting about the type of description you're using, like what things were described versus others. Like I thought like the businesses could be described more. I thought the shovel and the digging scene could be described more. I thought her physical description being 2 paragraphs, that could be a bit less. That was kind of a description dump right there. So it's like some of them is more, some of it's a little less. Like go back with a new eye. Like there's some new eyeballs. And think like, what descriptions do I actually want in each scene? What things do I want the readers to experience when they're reading the scene? What do I want them to feel like? What else was there? Was that the only thing? I think otherwise it's a little short. I don't want to critique anything about like the characters or the content because it was just like what, like a page and a half. Certain details have too much attention, while others don't have enough, is what I'm hearing. I think that's a better summary. I'm sorry I didn't summarize it that well. So give credit to Cryptid, it's past 2 a.m. But yeah, I think that's a better description of what I was trying to say. Yes, Desperado, you got it. But otherwise, I'm quite proud of my prose. Like, I think you should be. I think it's definitely interesting. It's a good start with this burying a metallic body scene. Right, this robotic body. It's definitely interesting. It definitely catches readers' attention, which is what you want in those first few pages. I would definitely be interested to keep reading more, because I don't think I can really comment too much more on like the plot or how to rearrange scenes without reading a bit more. Right, we just read, like you said, like what, 4 minutes worth. It was just a short little bit. So I think once we read more of the story in the future, if you resubmit in the future, hopefully maybe on a Google Doc, just copy paste it into a Google Doc. Then I'll be able to give you more feedback on like the actual pacing or what's happening in the plot, anything like that. But right now that was a little bit too short for me. I feel like if I gave you any more, it would just be me nitpicking when it'd actually be valuable critique. So for now, I'm gonna go ahead and don't like Google Doc because a guy basically doxed my Gmail. Oh wait, can I actually see your guys' Gmail from you guys doing Google Docs? Is that possible? Do I see it? Jeez, if there is a way for me to share it, I don't know how. Oh, Babakis, are you okay if I pull up yours as an example? Can I pull it up? You can see if you share with editing permissions. It is possible, yes, Google does not care. You can see if you share with editing. Oh yeah, don't ever give me editing permissions. What if I accidentally click on something? I'm a cryptid. I don't know human technology well. What are we doing? Right now, I wanted to see someone was mentioning they don't like using Google Docs because their Gmail accidentally got doxed. So now I'm like, oh wait, is it... Well, one, you can also use a spam email. Just make like a spam like blah 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 3472. You know, spam email. I have like... When I had all my Gmails before Gmail started deleting some of them recently, I had like 20 emails. Well, the guy just gave me a random message, that was it? Didn't share my email? A message? You can message people? Jeez. I don't know, I just opened the Google Doc. And then when I'm done, I close it. If there's something I don't understand about that, maybe that is a safety thing. Maybe I'm accidentally doxing people, I'm just not even aware of it. Oh my goodness. But it was basically doxing in a way? Jeez. I didn't even know that was an option. I didn't know that could happen. Did he actually message you, or did he just do something in the Google Doc? And the Google sent you a notification? You can't see any emails if it's shared publicly with only viewing permissions. Yeah. No, you're fine. You had the top of the screen cropped. Yeah, this is just my Weave document. I don't care about it. You guys. It would show you what? My Cryptid Roots email? My official business email that you guys all know? That's fine. I don't care about that. What happens here? What? You should appear as an anonymous animal, right? That's what I've seen. That's why me and Chatty Matty even talked. I was an anonymous jackalope one time, and I wanted to see if we could do that again, right? I'm not... It's my icon. You see this? You see... What's happening here? He sent me an email unprompted without permission, and it wasn't even about the project we were working on. I'm sorry he did that. Author of doc is not fully anonymous, but will show profile, pic, and name. Oh, okay. Somebody... Well, anyway, yeah, I guess internet safety isn't a bad thing. It's always a good thing. I always advocate more things more safe than not. Lord knows if I have a cryptid working in IT, I'm always paranoid of everything. That's why I'm asking. So I'm not doubting you, I'm just clarifying for you. I'm like, oh wait, shit, is there stuff I shouldn't have access to? My favorite is still the anonymous giraffe. Chatty Matty, who here is willing to have their stuff possibly accidentally doxed? I want to see who pulls up stuff. If it will... I need someone safe. Use ellipsis in LibreOffice now? Well... Dox me. No, I... Read 7 smut. No. We don't read smut on this one. And Chatty Matty, can I pull up yours and see if I can accidentally see your email? If I'm just a one who doesn't have permissions to edit? Yes, you may. Okay, thank you. Let's see here. Let's pull up Chatty Matty's. Google Docs. Okay, here's Chatty Matty's. Let's look here. What can I see? What can I see? Because I just didn't have this stuff because it just didn't look good. That was the only reason why. So what can I see? We have this on the top right. I can see my icon. You guys can see my official Cryptid Roots email. That's the business email. That's fine. That's not doxing me. Thousands of people have my email and name. Yeah. Oh, don't show on stream? That's what I'm clarifying. I'm clarifying. What should I not show on stream? Where is it visible? That's why I asked Chatty Matty permission first. That way, in case I show something, we can catch it. What am I not supposed to show? Requesting edit access will send an email to Chatty Matty, but it won't show the email itself. Okay, that's good to know. So going over stuff, yeah, so it only shows ask the owner for edit access. It doesn't show Chatty Matty's email. Well, I don't remember 100%. Join a call here, but it doesn't say their email. It says anyone with the link, but it doesn't show me what the link is. Try Gemini, and then my official Cryptid Roots email, right? It's just that. Not unless you click on the share button. So everything else. Let's now look in the top left. Shortcut to drive. Book one. Yeah, I'm not seeing where it shows the email address. It looks like, unless I'm missing it, unless I'm just being a blind cryptid, which is possible, I'm not seeing it. I see where I can see my own. And again, I'm fine with that. You guys know, I even said in the past, right? I've said like, it's a business one, it's Cryptid Roots. Big surprise. I think it was the sharing permissions I gave this particular guy, I think. Yeah, in which case, never give anyone, when you guys are doing this stuff on Discord, never give anyone editing permissions. Don't do that. You never want anyone to be able to mess with your stuff. Just bad faith actors. You never want that. Next item is the usual stuff, the web look, the document, the share button, of course, there's social security out there. Oh god. Share button won't show anything either unless you give editing permissions. They might have requested edit access and sent a message through that. Perhaps. Yeah, and that makes sense. So they didn't send you an email. They just asked for access. So Google sent you an email saying they wanted access. Is that what happened? But anyways, I don't like Google Docs for that one incident, regardless of how it happened. Okay. So, but anyway, so no one here who does not give me editing access, do not give me or any other raccoons editing access. I shouldn't be able to accidentally dox you guys. That's what I was worried about. I'm like, is there a way for me to accidentally move a document and dox somebody? If there is, I should be aware of it, right? For safety reasons. So first of all, thank you, Chatty Matty, for being the guinea pig. But it also looks like your email is safe. You have not been doxed. Congrats for Chatty Matty. Okay. We are safe. Let me go back to my Weave screen, because now I'm anxious. I was like fucking sweating. You know Aaron's phone number. Right, that's what I meant. It will show everyone who has access to the document. Yeah, if you have editing access, it shows everyone else with it too. Looks like a guinea pig. Yeah, you're a guinea pig today. So yeah, don't... For all my raccoons, maybe I should put that in the rules. Don't give anyone editing access. Because let's say even I'm just not even trying to edit. What if I accidentally select something and then by complete accident I delete some poor raccoon stuff? You never want to give me access. Oh wait, I just found his email he sent to me. He said I invited him to the doc and it shows my Gmail. Don't remember. Okay, so then yeah, it sounds like you invite him and you did give him permissions. Maybe you didn't mean to, and he saw your email and he was letting you know. Okay. Yeah, that's funny though. So I get why if you're confused or something happened that you don't want to use it for doxing purposes. In which case I would say just get a stupid spam one. Go be blah 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 at gmail.com. If that one's taken, be blah 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 1 at gmail.com. Just copy paste into a Google Doc and share it. That way, even if we do get it, like what do we see? We get abadabada at 1 at gmail.com, right? It's just I have, whenever I sign up at stores when they want like your email stuff, I had a spam Gmail that I did for all that, and then I had my cringe email for all my cringe fanfic stuff. That if I ever died, no one would ever see the cringe stuff in my official email. That's where I send it to like the fanfiction notifications when your fanfic author updates. That was that one. I had one for any new website I joined just to make sure it was safe. I made a new email for it. That way, in case something ever got leaked from that website, it would always be fine because it would just be to that one particular one. I just sent you access to that short story, so you should have said anything when you bring it up. Wait, so you submitted something in Discord? Wait. For story submissions? What? A Black Dragon Tavern? Which one? You're not Echoes and Rhyme, right? Oh wait, through email. Oh wait, actually let me stay here. I'm gonna open up it over here. That way I don't see anything on stream. Hold on. So let's see here, Gmail. I'm looking at Gmail just off screen. So I'm not in Discord, I think. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I do have something. I have an email. Someone shared a document with you. And then when I open it up, I can now see your email, Black Dragon Tavern. I can see the email you sent it to me because you gave me permission to comment on it. So when you specifically gave me permission, and you shared the document with me, you shared to comment on, I can see your email. I absolutely can. I'm not going to show it in chat, but yeah, I can see it. There's all my stuff. Oh, all my tabs. Hold on, I fucked up my tabs. There we go. Your email definitely doxes you, yes, because you gave permission for one email to another, then that doxes you. In ellipsis, the collaborators can't see each other's email or the author's email, but the author can see everyone's email. Well, I don't want the author. I don't know. Your echoes, yeah. Oh yeah, I remember now, it was comment permissions. So you gave them comment permissions, and then we're surprised they could see your email. Well, there we go. Thank you, Black Dragon Tavern, for being the guinea pig for that. Both Chatty Matty and Black Dragon Tavern were willing to be the guinea pigs for this, to make sure all future raccoons can be safe. Big props. I'm too scared to take a guess. Oh no. Yeah, you guys are the real MVPs here, making sure all our raccoons will be safe in the future. But yeah. And that's where I don't just make, if you ever want to protect your stuff, just make a spam one. I had plenty. Lord knows. I'm one with the Audi, not the innie. Public comment permission still don't show email, by the way. Only direct invitations. I don't know, I'd still be too scared with that too. I don't know, just everyone be safe. Don't give other people permission to mess with your document. Your documents and your words are important stuff, and you shouldn't be willy-nilly letting other people mess with your stuff. So, and what if somebody's like a mean bad faith actor? If you just give them permission to comment off on the side, what if somebody's like secretly a bully raccoon, and then they're gonna bully you in the comments, and they'll be like, write mean words on the side in your comments? I know, I wouldn't let anyone but trusted people be able to leave comments or change your document in any way. Hey, what time is it? It's doxing time. Backups on backups on backups, 100%. I've even mentioned before, like, you should never, on your original document, do your own edits or give anyone else permission to edit. You should be, so in this case, hold on, let me show. This is an untitled document, but let's say this was untitled document 1. I would copy this all over. I would resave it as untitled document 2, and then I would edit untitled document 2, and then I would save it, and then untitled document 3. That's what I would then let other people edit and critique and comment on. But that way, like, I have my first version, I have my edited version, I have the one other people edited. Those are all separate files. I can always go back to the easier one just in case. Yeah, you should always be sharing copies of documents, never the original. They could have possibly said meaner things than my mom. Oh no, that's so sad. Oh no. I'm so scared I'm gonna make someone mad, and then they feed my writing to AI. Yeah, see, scary stuff. Scary stuff. What are they gonna say? I love you? Who heard of such a thing? This is why I keep my docs locally on my computer. Well, then again, if anything happens to your computer, then you're fucked. So that's one of the things. That's why having those backups is so good. But yeah, just if you want to share it in a Google Doc in the future, just make a stupid spam account, right? And then you just share without permission. Stop giving people permissions to your document. Share without permissions, and then I read it and I critique it. You trust the internet cloud? Okay. So then that's not just on your computer. That's at least... Oh, me no trust the internet cloud. Okay. Well, that's fun for you. But yeah, can you edit it at all to have like a darker screen? Because that just hurt my eyeballs. Can you at least edit it or fix it in a way where it can be darker for our Abba's sake? That's at least the ask then, because I could pull it up, which is the first thing. Like, oh yeah, I could load it up, I could see it, it's fine, it's whatever. But it just hurt everyone's eyeballs. We couldn't see it on screen. It was lighting up the room. But what was I saying? Oh my goodness, what are you still doing awake? Go back to sleep. Look, go back to sleep. You were awake earlier and then you went to sleep. I'm so paranoid. We have 100 terabytes at home and 50 tera on cloud of backups. That's a lot of backups. But you also write a lot, so that makes sense. You guys are doing a lot of projects, so I guess it makes sense. I spend more money on backups than almost anything else. Yeah. LibreOffice and Ellipsis in dark mode, but I saved the Ellipsis version as PDF, which makes it widescreen. Oh, yeah, maybe there has to be some other way to share that where it still has a dark screen, because that hurt. And that is for the video and for the docs. Yeah. I just woke up, just vibe until the eat comes back. The sleep won't come back unless you're trying to go to sleep. How can you go to sleep when you're here in a chat? You're a silly raccoon. But everyone, we are closing in on 5 hours of stream. We got a few good critiques in today. I think we got some good work. What's going on? See, this is why you shouldn't let me trust you. Don't give me permissions on your documents. I do random stuff, like I didn't even know I could do that emoji thing. I don't even know what that was. That was scary. Something changed. It was scary. What was I saying? Yeah, we're closing on about 5 hours here. It is 2:30 in the morning for a Cryptid. I think I'm gonna go ahead and go to sleep. So I hope you guys are all comfy and cozy and you guys have a good night's sleep wherever you are. And otherwise, thank you all so much for joining me today. I hope you guys got to learn either about your own writing or about other people's writing. It was a great day. So thank you so much and have a good night. Good night.